Is on stage with me. It's been such an integral part of the journey that we will be discussing through the course of this evening. And to begin Season 3 of Drivers of Change, I'd like to introduce and bring on stage Neha Anand, VP and Head of XUV Brand Portfolio and International Marketing, as well as Yogendra Pratap, Editor of Auto Today. A big round of applause, please, as they will deliver the introductory remarks.
Thank you so much, Akshata. A very good afternoon to all of you. And thank you so much for taking out time for being with us here today.
Yeah, very warm welcome from my side as well.
Over the last 2 years, Drivers of Change has grown into something far than only being a series. It has been a journey across India, a journey to discover the people who are quietly and consistently shaping the nation's future. From celebrating the power of women's leadership in Season 1 to uncovering stories where heritage meets progress in Season 2, and now in Season 3, turning our focus to corporate India, one thing has held true across all these seasons. Real change is not loud. It is built with intent over time by people who simply refuse to stand still.
And Neha, what makes this journey truly unique is how we do it. We don't wait for the stories to come to us. We go to where the stories are, where the people who are making these stories live, where their journeys have started, and seeing the impact that they are making. Over the past 2 seasons, the Auto Today team has traveled over 25,000 kilometers across the country with the 700 in the past. And we've been meeting these change makers in their own environments, understanding their journeys firsthand. Because when you see what they're doing on the ground, it really moves you. Should we have a recap of the first 2 seasons, please? We can have the video.
Please.
There is no force more powerful than a woman determined to rise. History is replete with women who transformed the world. Honoring this unshakable spirit of Nari Shakti, Mahindra Auto and India Today Group, powered by Auto Today, embarked on a transformational journey, traversing 10,000 kilometers across the country. This initiative was a step towards honoring women who are heralds of change.
So it all started with this car, which brought about a sea change. And we were thinking, how do we take it and identify it with the kind of stories that India Today does? Again, taking on the theme of Swarnim Bharat, Virasat aur Vikas, we are identifying people all across the country who've made a significant contribution to Vikas and to also preserving and taking forward our heritage.
What inspiring journeys from Season 1 and Season 2. And we are here today to recognize and put spotlight on India's corporate excellence, corporate world as part of Season 3.
In Season 3, we are looking at CEOs, founders, startups, people who've been running family businesses and transforming them, people who are building the aspirational India, driving scale, creating ecosystems, and shaping industries.
And for the very first time, this entire journey has been powered by the newly launched XUV 7XO, an SUV that reflects the same spirit we are celebrating here today: bold, forward-looking, and built to lead. A convoy of 7XOs, along with the Auto Today team, traveled across India to personally meet and invite each of tonight's winners.
Yeah, and what is common amongst these achievers today and the vehicle is the power of X.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we started in Mumbai, we traveled north, Bhopal, Udaipur, Delhi. We went east to Gangtok, to the hills of Sikkim. From there, we went south to the heartland, to the Deccan Plateau, Hyderabad, then Bengaluru, Vishakhapatnam, Chennai, Coimbatore, and along the western coast back to Mumbai.
Over 10,000 kilometers of inspiring stories. So let us look at highlights from Season 3.
India Today Group and Mahindra's Drivers of Change is back with Season 3. And this time, you may have noticed, we've got an upgrade. The XUV 7XO will be in action, covering 10,000 kilometers going across the country. So what is the Drivers of Change theme this time around? We're putting the spotlight on corporate excellence, young corporate leaders who are shaping the future of India. We've spoken of the women who've led change before. If we've spoken of Viksit Bharat, this time with corporate excellence, we also put the spotlight on smart cities of India. Join us on this exciting journey over the next 1 month as part of India Today and Mahindra's Drivers of Change. We've got a lot of exciting moments, journey coming your way in the XUV 7XO.
So get ready to feel the power of X as we celebrate these journeys, as we celebrate the impact, and most importantly, as we celebrate the people who are building India's future. It is now our privilege to invite on stage Rajesh Jujurikar, Executive Director and CEO, Auto and Farm Sector, Mahindra and Mahindra.
Hi, good afternoon all of you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I've been here in the last edition as well. This is really an inspiring journey, a drive if we may call it that. Because what it does, an event like this, is it really helps us stay connected with all the achievements and accomplishments across multiple fields. And hence a special thank you to Yogen, you for anchoring this so passionately on behalf of Auto Today and to the India Today group as well for being a driver of change. We always enjoy partnering in causes which help identify talent, help identify innovation, and really, as with last year and the previous edition as well, as I was going through the 14 stories which are getting awarded today, they really are very, very inspiring because they make such impact and make so much of a difference to the lives of people. And I think what I found unique in each of these stories is each of the winning stories of today has a very Indian authentic touch to ingenuity and innovation. And you literally can't imagine any of these, I think, happening anywhere else but here. And that really is the spirit of Viksit Bharat, is the spirit of what is being called as corporate excellence as well, because this is excellence coming really out of startups, out of new age companies who are not scared to think big, innovate, and make impact and a difference. So we really value this partnership, and we see a very similar fit, though I don't think we can really call ourselves a startup, but a very similar fit in our aspiration and our journey as Mahindra in the way we think about creating vehicles and tractors in India for the world, but which look at bringing a very Indian touch to what our Indian consumers need. And I think that itself is setting new standards around the world. So that was a brief opening from me. I'd like to invite my colleague Nal, as we fondly call him. He is the Chief Executive of the auto business, and he'll share his thoughts on this partnership. Thanks, Nal. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh, and it's my third year here. Yogen, thank you for putting this together for us. Every time I come here, every time I hear the stories, I leave the place more energized, more inspired by what I see. Each of these stories, if you look at it, are very unique journeys they've taken. Each one has a very different path to what it is, but it's a path towards excellence. It's a path towards doing something which hasn't been done before. It's a path which in some ways tries to do what's almost impossible in some ways, bold ideas to that extent. So I was actually going through the list of not just the winners, but also the nominees. And it's absolutely inspiring what we have seen through these journeys, 10,000 kilometers, the smart cities, if you look at it, and the journeys each of these cities have taken, each one by itself is worth talking about. But really, for me, what comes to my mind right now, if you look at it, is what is top of mind for all of us, which is, you could call it Atmanirbharta, but it is also about India standing up for itself. You know, geopolitical environment we are in. India figuring its place in the world, figuring out how to work through, how to navigate this world. And I think the winners today embody that spirit, that how can we be world class, how can we cooperate, and how can we collaborate with the world at the same time stand up for ourselves. And that's really the kind of spirit we need if we need to navigate the kind of waters we are navigating right now and be there as a $30 trillion economy in 2047, we need that spirit. As I've gone through the categories and the ideas, I see a lot of boldness in dreams. I see a lot of authenticity, which Rajesh talked about. Indianness, but also something which says that we'll do something which has not been done anywhere in the world as well. So quite exciting to see the journeys. We celebrate folks who have made drones, who are innovating through drones. We celebrate people who have excelled in culinary arts. We celebrate folks who have been great in the art industry in general. Design, we have a few folks who we are celebrating in the design world as well. And of course, we are celebrating a whole host of innovators, entrepreneurs, institution builders across the corporate world as well, right? And for a lot of these folks, in some ways, they're building businesses, they're starting companies. But if you ask me, and if you look back at this 10 years, 15 years from now, I think they are also building institutions. Institutions, institutional capability, which genuinely will serve the nation towards becoming that 30 trillion economy as well. So part of the reason we do this, part of the reason we are partnering with India today to do this is also to shine light on folks who are building these institutions, whom we're going to look back in 30 years. And I'm not just talking of this edition as well as the last two editions, if you look at it. I'm hoping in 10 years, 15 years down the road, we're going to look at them and say, these were the folks, we recognize them when they were just starting their journeys. And look where they have gone and look what they've done for the communities and for the country as well. So it's really an ode to that hope and dream as well as we are looking at it. I personally am super excited to meet each of these winners and hear their stories, talk to some of them, talk about the art of possibility and what we can do for the country as well. And very excited to be here. I want to thank the India Today group again for doing this with us every year. Every year there's a new angle to it, there's a new flavor you bring, Yogen and Raj and the rest of the team here. And so we love this partnership and we are hoping we continue to do this over a period of time. Thank you.
Mr. Golaguntla and Mr. Jejurikar, can I request both of you to come on stage, please? We'd like to hand over a token of our appreciation, for which I'd like to invite on stage Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director of Publishing of the India Today Group. A big round of applause, please, for Mr. Jejurikar and Mr. Golaguntla. Just a quick mention of what's in the bags. The India Today Group is celebrating 50 years. So we're also handing over a special edition of the India Today magazine, a special 50-year edition of the India Today magazine. Please raise your hands together. Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. All right, with that, we're kicking off things with our first session of the evening, which is on the defense dialogue, the India story. I'd like to invite our panelists on stage here. We have Bodhisattva Sangapriya, founder and CEO of IG Defense, and Tarun Wig, CEO and co-founder of Ineful Labs. A big round of applause, please, for our panelists. Raj Chengappa will be moderating the session. Over to you, Raj.
Good evening, everyone, and wonderful to be back here. We use this phrase, drivers of change, which you saw a fabulous example of, to talk or celebrate transformative leadership, entrepreneurship, and innovation. Of course, today, that phrase carries a far sharper meaning, because when you look around and see what's happening not far from India, in the Gulf, you will notice that the drivers of change are no more just social, economic, but they are technological, strategic, and increasingly military. Now, if you look at the ongoing Iran war, and I'm sure we are all watching closely, happily there's been a pause, and let's hope that pause turns out to be a stoppage of it. But they're not being shaped, as we can see, by conventional military power. That's the big thing that you notice out there. They are being shaped by drones that can strike deep and are cheap. And by invisible cyber capabilities that can disrupt nations without a single shot being fired from a conventional weapon. Now, this new kind of warfare is asymmetric, it's decentralized, and technology-driven. And I'd say where Davids can take on any Goliaths, as we've seen, Ukraine, Russia, Iran, USA. And the countries that are able to define this balance of power will be the ones that really will stay ahead of the curve. Which of course brings us to India, and I think this war asks a lot of questions about India and our capabilities. And are we building these capabilities as we see that's happened in Ukraine as well as in Iran and the war that's going Israel, not just, and looking across at the various wars that are happening right across. We had Operation Sindoor quite recently. And secondly, who are doing these things and what is the kind of investments required? What is the technological innovation that we need to look at? And are we up there with the rest of them? Fortunately, we have two extreme leaders who are focusing exactly on this aspect of it. And let me introduce them. Bodhisattva Sangapriya, who's founder and CEO of IG Defense. And he works fascinatingly on kamikaze drones. And these are suicide drones, and he calls it KAL, which is the other name which he told me for Yamdev, right? So the god of death. And these are unmanned strike systems that have already defined our tactical capability. He can't talk too much of it because he does supply them to the Indian Armed Forces. And there's someone else, Tarun Vig, co-founder and CEO of INFU Laboratory. And when I asked him what INFU stands for, he says India's next future. And he's built AI-driven intelligence and cybersecurity for the armed forces, and they're already in use. I think one of them goes and with the name, and this is fascinating, his instruments or data platforms or data intelligent platforms is called Prophecy, and he supplied it to the Indian Army, the armed forces, as well as to the NIA and the National Terrorist Research Organization. Am I right? Or Technical Intelligence Organization. So let's give them a very, very warm round of applause. And Bodhisattva, let me start with you, and then we'll come to Tarun, probably the same question. But when you look at what's happening in the war that's around us, not just Iran, Israel, US, but also Russia, Ukraine, and the rest, what are the big lessons for India? 1, 2, 3, maybe 3 lessons.
The first lesson is the modern day warfare is no more heavy tanks, costly missiles. It's more about low cost, agile and mass scale drones or different electronic warfare measures. Modern day warfare is all about electronic warfare. Whether you fight at the battlefield or you fight at the computer at the cyber security space. Modern day warfare is no longer the traditional way, the infantry, the traditional way, the air defense used to fight the war. In Iran war, so since you mentioned that Iran was never ever a defense superpower, but Iran proved what exactly the true Atmanirbharta is. Iran never invented something from scratch. Rather than they gathered the costs, the readily available equipments, components all across the world and quickly innovated, quickly combined it together and built a platform. That's what we also seen in the Russia-Ukraine war. Russia was a mighty superpower, but overnight, with just few months, Ukraine was also able to build its one of the best drone industry on the planet Earth, just with a matter of 6 to 7 months. But post-Operation Sindoor, we also got the lesson. We thought Pakistan is not yet capable even to think about drones. But something exactly different happened during Op Sindoor. And then we realized, and our industry, particularly since I represent the industry, we also realized India needs to put investment, particularly on the infrastructure. It's not how 1, 2, 3, 4 drones are capable. It's about how big is your inventory? How big is your infrastructure? How quickly you can mass produce? Modern day warfare is about attacking on a swarm, attacking on a EW jamming environment. And without internal production capacity, we cannot achieve that. At IG Defense, for the first time in the country, we established a manufacturing facility to produce 500 kamikaze striker drones daily. And this year, we supplied 5,000 kamikaze drones to our forces. And this is just a beginning. We have 500 odd number of drone companies in the country. But the policy and the procurement, the bureaucratic process of the procurement, which goes on months and months, years and years, that needs to be revised. The new defense acquisition policy needs to be implemented on a rapid action mode. Then only India can have all those, modern day warfare in the inventory, and we can really think of something about Iran's capability in India. It's not only Iran's Shahid, but also Iran's entire portfolio that can also be done here in Indian soil.
Now, I'm going to talk to you more about how we should tweak our defense policy to suit the new challenges that are there. Tarun Vig, let me come to you. And from the cyber and intelligence side that we've seen, these conflicts are not just kinetic. When we say kinetic, the use of force, but also data-driven, AI-enabled. And so if you look at this, what are the lessons we can draw for India about digital warfare and cyber vulnerability? And where do we need to strengthen that from these examples that are there?
See, warfare as we knew it earlier.
Little into the mic, I think, yeah.
Is it better now?
Yeah, yeah.
Warfare as we knew it earlier does not exist anymore. In the next 5 years, you will see the entire border on the eastern side being manned by humanoids. That is going to happen.
Interesting.
The humanoid industry is increasing at such a rapid rate. With China leading the race, you will not see soldiers on the border. You will see humanoids. When we talk about warfare today, it is asymmetric warfare, right? As both mentioned, you have countries like Iran standing up to US and Israel together. You have Ukraine standing up to Russia. When we talk about asymmetric warfare, today the entire warfare, the entire concept of decision making is driven by artificial intelligence. You have AI-driven decision support systems which are churning out millions of data points at speeds unfathomable and giving you real-time decision-making prowess, telling you exactly what the enemy is likely to do next, where can the next infiltration attempt be, and what can you do to counter it. I think in the next 4 or 5 years, as a country, what we will have to be extremely cautious about is how the same AI is going to be used to influence the mood of the nation. You will rapidly, maybe as soon as the 2029 elections, you will see deepfake videos, deepfake images becoming popular across social media. And when I say popular, in the morning you will start watching a video, not even knowing it's a fake video. And it will increase communal tensions to a level we may not have thought about earlier. Those are few things as a country we will have to counter as we go ahead.
When you listen to both of them, you feel like you're in a sci-fi movie. He talks of humanoids or robots manning intelligent systems. You talk of these unmanned drones just landing wherever and hitting people. And I think what your kamikaze drone does is actually go in and dive down with TNT and strike a tank, hit armor. So let's take it to the next step, right? Which is, it's already happening. What you talked of deepfake, if you looked at all the videos we get on our Insta, you don't know. There's the fog of war that is multiplied into X times in a different context. But if you look at it, every day you don't even know whether Donald Trump has said these things or whether the Iran, the latest Ayatollah who's there in charge has actually spoken those words, right? Because you're always suspecting it's fake till it's confirmed from one of those things. So if we come to look at battlefield weaponry that we have, this kind of unmanned weaponry that's there, where would you think should the thrust be for India? Are we at the top of the curve? You've done the kamikaze drones, but what is the future of this kind of unmanned vehicles? We saw how Ukraine rapidly developed counters to drones, and now passed it on to Israel and USA to do that technology. Where is this technology headed to?
Technology-wise, India is not far behind. Technology-wise, we are much more capable than any of our global counterparts. If you look into the Ukrainian ecosystem, I have a couple of friends there. So most of the drone entrepreneurs in the Ukraine, they actually returned from Silicon Valley as an IT engineer, and then when the war broke out, they came back and started everything from scratch. So the technology criticality is not there. So even if it's from Israel, even it's from Russia, because the traditional system actually it involves a lot of complexity. When you build a tank, it's much more complex. But when you build a drone, it's much more at a software level, it's an autonomy level. And for years, we have proved ourselves as an Indian, so we are really best at building wonderful softwares for the world. So India has the capability. The way in World War II, the American automobile industry, since we are on an automobile sponsored platform, what they did, they actually used their automobile manufacturing plants as ammunition manufacturing plants. They used the similar machinery setups, and just with a little bit of modification, they started mass manufacturing goods. This is what exactly we need to replicate in the country now. We cannot start the industry right from the scratch. We need to borrow technology from the already matured industry, just like the automobile I gave the example. We also have a very wonderful developed ecosystem in the aerospace. That's what the ISRO and other ecosystem is already evolved. So we need to borrow technology, we need to borrow infrastructure from them and start doing the vertical and horizontal integration in the drones and also in the counter-UAS space.
Okay, I'm going to come back to some of that, but let's get to Tarun on this, because one of the issues that we have when we're dealing with intelligence, AI intelligence coming in warfare, is that we are reactive. We're looking at things and then reacting and striking back. Where would you say have we moved when it comes to predictive AI-led threat detection? I mean, where you are able to predict, okay, this guy is going to do this and you're ready for it.
See, the challenge in any AI system, the challenge is always information. What all data points do we have? If I talk about the Kargil war, which took place in 1999, the entire Indian Army military intelligence during that war was in the army headquarters. They slept there. And it used to take them up to 2.5 days to process all the intelligence, all the data which is coming to them. It used to take them 2.5 days to process that data, get some intelligence out of it, and then be in a position to react. In Operation Sindoor, by the time Operation Sindoor happened, this entire process had been reduced to 30 minutes. The moment the data comes in, and we are talking about data coming from multiple sensors, 5,000 plus sensors across the country. All of that data getting churned in less than 30 minutes, and you get a real-time idea of what the enemy is planning to do next. And what the enemy may, what are the next points where something is likely to take place. With the number of sensors increasing, this is just going to increase. The amount of data that we are churning today is going to increase. And as a result, the accuracy of prediction as to what the enemy is likely to do at any point of time is going to come up. So this is where India is heading right now.
Okay. Let me also come back to you on what you said earlier when we began the conversation about changing our defense policy. And as you rightly pointed out, and very interestingly, he doesn't mention how much his kamikaze drones cost, but as we know, that what Iran has been using costs, say, $2,000, and it goes and strikes a Patriot, which is worth 5 million or 2 million or whatever numbers, right? Whether it's, if you look at F-16s or whatever aircraft that's there, it is taking on cheaply all these multi-million dollar sort of equipment that's there. If we had to tweak our defense policy, where do you see are the bottlenecks that you face? Whether it's on supply chains, capital, procurement system, what would you want changed in India so that we are on top of the line on this one?
It's not the capital, at least at current stage, it's not a capital issue. It's also not a global supply chain issue at some extent. Indigenously, we can actually able to do a lot of things, up to like 70 to 80% of the components we can manufacture here in Indian soil. The issue is with the bureaucratic process. In Indian Army, in Defense Forces, we also have a process called emergency procurement. And do you know how long it takes to complete the emergency procurement? It's 1 year.
Gosh.
Then you understand, then you just compare. What is the normal procurement process is?
Right. L1 as we call it.
It's always L1. Even in the emergency procurement, it's L1. So L1 you cannot eliminate. So L1 is there. It's not just only about L1. The industry is ready to compete at L1. But at what cost? At what timeline? The whole game of building a future-ready arsenal, ecosystem, is about how quickly you deploy your systems, how quickly you build your systems. Why US systems are failing? It's because the Boeing, the Lockheed Martin of the world, what they used to do, they put resource, they do R&D for years and years, and they charge their manpower, their development cost. The more they will put, the more time they will take, the better is for the company. The modern day warfare is not about that. The modern day warfare is you need to develop the product, then you need to showcase to the forces, then it needs to be inducted. It shouldn't be a R&D cycle goes and goes and goes on. That needs to be changed. In India, we don't have luckily that cycle. But the procurement cycle is something the biggest bottleneck. That needs to be countered. If only the procurement cycle can be modified, tweaked for the defense procurements, then the entire defense ecosystem in India will be changed.
Good. Very, very valid points. Let's come to you, Tarun, on this, and let's flip it to the other side in some senses. Okay, we do have a software advantage in India. Whether this really helps, we were software leaders. One, and if you look at the areas we are most vulnerable today, whether it's infrastructure, data systems, or human intelligence gaps, when it comes to cyber threats, what would you advise India to be doing at this moment?
Personally, I think the vision at the top has to change. We have people working in silos.
Right.
Our organizations are still top-driven. If you have the right head at the top, who has a vision, the organization works brilliantly during the tenure of that officer. The moment he goes, a new person comes in, and if he doesn't have the vision, the organization loses its way. So one thing which we really need to move away from is moving away from people-centric policies to process-centric organizations, where the organization has a vision. China has done it. They did it since 2006. I mean, if you look at it, 2006, none of us had really heard about Huawei. 2020, they were the most valuable company in the world. They took on from where US left off. In 1990, US had a doctrine, that the next warfare is going to be the information warfare. The next century, information is the key to being a superpower in that century. US ended up funding organizations like Facebook. They ended up funding Google. The Google map that we use today was actually a company called Map, acquired by Google, using the funding done by CIA, right? So US started investing in these companies, and China followed suit. India, at the top level, we will have to start following this philosophy. If we really need to compete at that level, we will have to start following the same methodology.
Okay, I'm going to get a little personal now, in a positive way. We saw the example of Elon Musk, right? Who was able, you mentioned Boeing, he built spacecraft within 5 years. What Boeing was taking 20 years to do, as even outpaced them. We'll not talk about cars, that's a different story. But coming to your personal side, how did you get into this? How quickly were you able to turn around? We saw Indian Space Research Organization take decades to do what it had to do, but we see a lot of space startups now doing very rapidly what they took 20, 30 years. What did you all do in drone technology? Your personal story, quickly, in about three minutes, if we can sum it up.
Right. 10 years ago, when I was in engineering college, so I realized engineering is not just about labs, vivas, and assignment. So I started learning robotics, automobile, and all other university activities present.
This engineering college was where?
It's in Odisha. It's in a small place called Sambalpur in the hinterland of Odisha, western part of Odisha. And I started a project. We started building rocket. And everybody laughed at us because when you talk about rocket science, it's a stereotype. And But we tried, we failed 100 plus times. Finally, we succeed, and our rocket reached to an altitude of 16,000 feet at Yale, and it became Asia's first multi-purpose student rocket. It got on. It got registered on Limca Book of Record and became a national news.
Wow.
One fine day, Honorable Prime Minister read the news. The moment he read the news, he was super surprised how 40 engineering kids in a remote research setting in Odisha were able to build a rocket. Then he dialed off ISRO chairman, and ISRO chairman sent a high-level delegation team to do an inquiry how these kids have really built a rocket. The moment they reached my university, they asked me, "So was your rocket propulsion lab?"
Wow.
And I took 1 hour to convince them, "Sir, we don't have a rocket propulsion lab. Whatever technology we have built, we have actually built in our hostel backyard, because that was the only free space available." They couldn't digest it. They thought we have edited some video and put it on the internet. This is how it reached to Prime Minister office. And then I requested them, and they sat down with us for next 6 hours, deep dived our technology bit by bit. Finally, they convinced we have built a rocket. And the next question was, how did you build the rocket? I told them, "Sir, we crowdsourced the knowledge." So what is crowdsourcing of knowledge? The gentleman told, "I have heard about crowdfunding. What is crowdsourcing?" Back in 2014, there was no LinkedIn. I set a target for my 40 members team. You have to contact at least 20 people whosoever has written something about space and defense in his Facebook profile. You won't believe we have contacted around 2,000 space scientists all across the globe. NASA, European Space Agency, and they all helped us on a pro bono basis because of two reasons. First, we were students. Second, we come from a low resource setting in India. उनको लगा बच्चा enthusiast है, उनको सिखाते. We learned from 2,000 space scientists. We failed 100 plus times. We took 4 years. But finally, we launched our rocket. This is my story. And when ISRO heard this story, they were completely surprised. And they decided, on the spot they decided, and they completely took over the project. And now the project is called ISRO VSLB. And to carry forward the legacy, they established ISRO's first Space Innovation Center in my university in a small place called Sambalpur in Odisha. This is how my entrepreneurial journey began. And I was about to graduate. I thought I could not just settle down for a 9 to 5 job. At least whatever technology I learned, will do something for the country. Do something on my own and build something. This is how IG Defense evolved from the space.
Okay, and what does IG Defense stand for?
IG Defense is basically we started our journey from Gujarat, so India and Gujarat you can consider it's like that.
Okay. Good collaboration. And you, Tarun, what is your story?
So nothing as exciting as both, but we started 14 people. We started from the top.
What's your background and how did you get into this?
So, while I was in college, I was running a company in information security, providing information security training to college students and providing information security services to multiple corporates. During the course of doing all of this, I was still in college. I met an army officer.
College is where?
I was in Delhi.
Delhi, okay.
Yeah. So I met an army officer and I was telling him about information security, that we can protect the army's intranet and we can protect their infrastructure. And he said, "We don't want security. Can you teach us cyber warfare?" So we ended up setting up India's first cyber warfare center for Indian Army. And we are talking about way back in 2008. That's how the journey started. And after that, the journey, during cyber warfare, during all of that, we realized that the amount of data that is getting churned is humongous. And you need systems to be able to analyze that data. You can't manually read terabytes of data in a day. You need a program, you need a solution which is able to read all that data, make sense out of it, and tell you what to do next. And that's how our AI-driven intelligence fusion system came into existence.
How many people do you employ and how does your office look? I mean, we've never been into a high security intelligence unit.
We are right now a 340 people company.
340?
340 people company spread across 6 locations.
Okay. And you just have computers in front of you or what?
Yeah, we actually only have computers in front of us. Those are our weapons.
And you, how many people do you employ?
500 people we have employed, and we don't have computers, we have shop floors to manufacture drones.
And that's in a factory the size of what? When you said you made 5,000 drones?
Yes, we're like...
You have a production line that goes...
Yes, we have production line of 1 lakh square feet carpet area, and then now we are two other facility we are building in UP Defense Corridor in Jhansi and another one Defense Corridor in Odisha. Two defense mega parks, each 100 acre.
Okay, I'm just going to do a quick rapid fire for you all. We're almost out of time. So let's start with some of the big questions. You, Tarun, you just had a word, so we'll say, are we building fast enough, or is India already behind the curve? What's your...
Behind the curve.
You? Are we building fast enough behind your area? Okay. Quick reason why.
The vision at the top.
Sorry?
The vision at the top. The vision at the top.
Permission of the...
The vision of the top leadership has to change.
Okay, okay. That's what you feel, right? And you?
Policy and frameworks. Policy and frameworks.
Policy and? Okay, framework. Right, okay. What is the one, if you take in the next 5 years, if you're looking at India, will be a leader in defense tech, or would we still be catching up?
No, we would be a leader in defense tech. We have to be.
Okay, and you?
That is not an option, that is a compulsion. We have to.
So if you had to do 2 things or 3 things, what would you do immediately to make that happen? If you were the boss.
Boss of what?
Running India's cyber security and saying, okay, I want the best guys, and what would you do?
I would set up a fund of 10,000 crore to fund startups, which can generate technology which will be relevant to India's defense in the future.
And if you were the boss, what would you do?
Definitely. So I'll simplify the procurement policy in the first place. Second, I will encourage more and more startups to get into the sector. We'll constitute something like DARPA in the US. So we already have IDEX. We'll actually maximize the output of the IDEX. We'll start quickly integrating. We'll integrate the agility of the startups with the scalability of the mass scale larger organization. That's what the combination, the handshaking is missing.
Okay, since I gave you all the power to change things, right? You're the bosses at this time. Well, we've got a minute left on this. What would you fix first? If you had to fix it right now, what would you say, okay, in your area, cybersecurity, I'll do this and that. What would that be? When you look at it and say, okay, I'm the boss, but I need to do this quickly.
I would honestly remove government institutions like NIC and DRDO. I don't think they serve any purpose now. And I would rather depend upon the private industry to deliver the same thing at a much faster and more effective way.
Wow, okay. And you?
In defense trials, we have a term called NCNC, no cost, no commitment. For the arsenals they need, for the ammunition they need, we have to do with free of cost, without any commitment. This is the only largest bottleneck that the new upcoming industry cannot even enter, cannot even dare to demonstrate something. So without any cost, what you need, I have to pay from my own pocket. So that policy needs to be changed on an immediate basis.
Okay, and we've got 48 seconds. So who inspires you most and why?
Okay, that's a very difficult question.
You can say yourself, it's okay.
No, I think I'm inspired by Elon Musk, the vision that he has, but not just the vision, the capacity to bring a vision into your reality, that is commendable. So,
Elon Musk is you. And who's your inspiration?
Same, Elon, and I will tell you the reason. Elon never complains. Elon actually comes with solution. When the world was struggling with payment gateways, he built PayPal. When the world is actually struggling with space exploration, he built SpaceX. With mobility, he built Tesla. Don't complain. Start solving. If you will start solving, 10 others will join. The world will definitely change.
Ladies and gentlemen, the drivers of change, let's give them a very, very warm round of applause for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Once again, a big round of applause, please. I loved the personal anecdotes in particular in that session. Thank you so much, Raj, for moderating that session. And as we finish the photo ops here, we will also take a minute or two to set up for our next session. which again will be, and again, spotlighting some of the young achievers from across the country and bringing them together on one platform here at Drivers of Change. So just be with us, bear with us for a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next achiever is from the world of design. The session is themed around redefining modern craft. I'd like to invite to on stage Sarah Sham, Principal Designer of SG's Atelier. Welcome. And to moderate this session, Deputy Editor of India Today, Suhani Singh. A round of applause, please.
So I'll first give you a brief introduction of Sarah Sham. Sarah is the principal designer of the Mumbai-based interior design firm SG's Atelier. She founded it in 2014 as an extension of her family's 130-year-old antique and furniture dealership. The firm is Sarah's endeavor to bring this legacy into the 21st century that marries the functional with the beautiful. And just to give you a sense of how big the firm is, it has 670,000 followers on Instagram. It has managed over 450,000 square feet of construction across 12 cities, has 100 plus projects, and Sarah has taken now her vision to Dubai in the form of Gia. Just to give you an idea about why she truly is a driver of change. First things first, Sarah, I would like to ask you, why Dubai? Why go to Gia? And also, how does your design narrative, ideology, vision change when you go to a place which is futuristic, slightly opulent?
Yeah.
And how do you bring your philosophy there? Yeah.
Well, first of all, I'm so happy to be here. It's so nice to see so many bright, cheerful faces, and I'm excited to connect with everyone here, and thank you so much for having me. Why Dubai is such a good question. I do feel like I had to think about this a lot. I feel like if I had dedicated the amount of time that I have dedicated to Dubai to India, given that India is really, really booming, I could have built my business 10x bigger, instead of having put so much effort into Dubai. But I do really feel like we want to have an international footprint. I don't want to be the best design studio in India. I want to be the best design studio, full stop. So I do feel like expanding internationally and having a base in other places is going to help me do that. We're currently doing a lot of projects in the US. We're doing projects in Europe as well. So we've already expanded that. I do think Africa is where a lot of disruption is coming. It's a very disorganized sector. I would like to get in there more. We're exploring that a bit more aggressively. So Dubai is the landing point to be able to continue my world domination plans.
Wow, world domination, that's good. Sarah, you come from legacy.
Yeah.
Your family have a 130-year-old antique and furniture business. Was it expected that you would follow suit? And also, how did you make sure that you carve your own niche within this sort of baggage that you had? Yeah.
So I'm so glad you called it baggage, because that's exactly how I viewed it. The business Isaji is the name of my great-grandfather, and he came from a small town in Syria called Sham, which is why my last name continues to be Sham. I actually didn't want anything to do with the family business. It was a very patriarchal, son to son setup. So it was my great grandfather to my grandfather to my dad. In my generation, my sister was the firstborn, and then they really, really prayed. They went to some like babas and did some voodoo magic to get a boy. And then unfortunately I was born, and there was a lot of disappointment that there was a girl and not a boy. And so everyone thought the business was going to die out, and that the business was always called Isaji and Sons. I mean, it was called that for a really long time. So when I was born, I did feel the pressure of not being a boy for a long time. And so I was like, I don't want anything to do with this anyway. I'm going to do my own things. But then eventually, I went to Duke for my undergrad and Oxford as well. And I did feel like all of that love I had for art just came out. And I did grow up with all of it. So eventually, I did take the very long road. I had 12 different jobs. I worked as a news anchor, I worked at Vogue, I worked at a hedge fund. I actually, with the news anchor, I was a news anchor at Bloomberg. I had like 5 shows on the commodities and currencies exchange market. I did the market opening show as well. I hated everything, or I got fired, and then eventually took a very long route to come back to the world of design. And now I just own it. I think everyone's been incredibly proud of the fact that I am taking the Isaji's name forward, albeit in a new way and direction.
Isn't that incredible? Yeah. They were hoping for a son, they got a daughter, and here she is. And to give you an idea about the impact Sarah is making, more recently you were invited by Apple to give Tim Cook, no less than Tim Cook, to a one-on-one walkthrough of Indian design. We know how beautiful Apple designs its products, right? You have people queuing up as and when a launch happens. You want to tell me a little bit about what for you were the biggest learnings from there, and what imprint were you able to make about Indian design to Tim Cook?
I love Indian design. It's like what I eat, breathe, sleep. It's what I've been brought up on. It's in my blood. It's in every iota of what I do and believe. I love meeting Tim Cook. I think I loved his simplicity in the entire room of people. There were so many different people that were around him. He was the simplest looking guy in terms of appearance and dress. I took that away, I think. Everyone was with, trying to dress their best. Heels, suits, blingy things, and this guy was just in pants, Nike sneakers, and a plain t-shirt and an Apple Watch. And I just loved that simplicity, because I feel like when we design spaces, it has to speak to your personality, and simplicity is just best. It wins every time. So I think that's truly what I took away.
And what were you able to tell him about Indian design, since you were supposed to give him a walkthrough?
I did, yeah.
Did you break some perceptions? Did you bust some myths?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he was not interested in the macro. He only wanted to know the micro. Like, okay, so if this is the overall arching theme of the piece, why was it carved like this? How was it made like this? And so I feel like that's why Apple is what it is. It's so detail-oriented, because his mind was so... It was only the smaller details. It wasn't the overarching themes. It was the smallest of line or the smallest of curve. And I do think I explained that to him well.
Sarah, you'll agree now, in this day and age, running an atelier is not just about creativity, it's also about marketing. And you know a little bit about using social media. Can you tell me, and that is, I think, something that you must have brought to the firm, to the legacy that you inherited, that social media is important to talk about your work. You also are a bit of a social media star. I would highly recommend following Sarah Sham on Instagram. She has 91,000 followers. Her firm has 670,000, but she herself is quite a social media star. Tell me a little bit about how important it is to maximize social media, and how do you make sure that that side of yours doesn't get overridden by the designer profile that you have?
So I love social media, but I do realize that it's all fake. Like, I don't think that it's real. I don't measure my success by the number of Instagram followers. I know others may. I don't actually care. I just enjoy doing it. I like it. And yes, it does help my design studio. I know there's so many people that are like, I came here to run a business, but now I have to dance to reels in order to, get visibility. And I get that that's frustrating. Thankfully for me, it comes very naturally. We do get a lot of client inquiries through Instagram, but because we are in that ultra luxury segment, unless I'm continuing to do very good work, no one is going to say, oh, I found this chick on Instagram, let me spend 20 crores on my house with her, It's not going to happen. So I do have to back it up with a lot of actual, real hard work. But yeah, the Instagram surely does help, and I love it, and I really enjoy doing it, and I want to continue to do it more.
You know, you are a mom to two young girls. You have your first baby, which is Isaji's Atelier. And one particular aspect that I really like about Sarah is that she's also a pet parent, and a pet parent to two indie dogs. She's adopted them, Lena and Dali.
Choco and Lana. Dali is my cat.
Oh, okay. You have a cat as well. As a designer, I want to know, how do you make your house, your space, kid-friendly and pet-friendly? Because I recently saw a reel where Sarah's dog Lena, who she just adopted, has ripped apart a sofa. And I'm just thinking, how much must that sofa be costing? And what was Sarah's reaction to that happening? So how do you bring your vision and design philosophy in making sure that, you know, we actually design for individuals around us as well as animals? Yeah.
See, I feel like the first thing that you have to accept is that your home is for you to live in. It's not a showpiece for you to show your guests how rich you are, or for anyone else's appearance. It's for you to really enjoy this space. So that's exactly what we do. We have a lot of very pet-friendly and kid-friendly fabrics and furniture. And honestly, if something gets ruined, it's okay. I'm not fazed by it at all. But we do have like 90% of our clients have dogs and kids, or both. So we've gotten really good at designing spaces for them. There are a lot of easy tricks in terms of flooring materials, furniture to use, corners to use, that completely pet-proof your space.
So you do keep that in mind
100%,
now? Yeah. Is that something that happened after you became a mother? That
Yes, totally. Because you do realize that there's so much that needs to change within the home in order to make it friendly to. But we consider every family member, whether it's a cat, dog, bird, child, old person, young person, the staff at home. I mean, so many people build homes. They're not even thinking about where their staff is going to sleep. They make the staff sleep in the floor of the kitchen, and they are living in a 6-bedroom home. I feel like that's just cruel. It doesn't make any sense at all. You upgrading your lifestyle, everyone in your house should live correctly. So every single person in that house is considered by us when we design.
That's an incredible. I think equality is important, right? That's incredibly important. Sarah, you've been also quite open through social media about balancing, you know, the personal and the professional. Particularly during the pandemic, you were quite open about your vulnerabilities. You want to tell me about how important it is that for you to show that side? Is that the honest side of you? And also, how do you think it affects your relationships with your clients? You know, that to know that we are actually seeing Sarah for who she is. Yeah.
So I think to answer the first part, I think there's enough fakeness out there on social media and in life in general. So I do want to just be a real person and not pretend like everything's okay if it's not okay. Especially if you've just had kids, you're trying to grow a business. Maybe I'm not in the best headspace. I don't want to be like, oh my God, I'm so perfect. Everything's awesome. Like that's just doesn't feel authentic to who I am. And I feel like we've attracted a lot of clients who are at that same energy frequency because of showing vulnerability. And I think vulnerability is a superpower. No one wants to hang out with someone who's like, oh my God, I'm always so sorted, everything is perfect. You want someone who opens up and say, listen, I'm really struggling, can you help me with something? And 10 people are going to put up their hands and say, hey, listen, even I really struggle with this. You know, here's what you can do. And that's how we connect as humans. So I think that's all I'm trying to do here.
And to add to that, what advice would you give to women entrepreneurs, you know, who have to, you know, sort of wear so many hats? And
marry well.
Marry well.
Marry well, or don't get married. I mean, that would be my real piece of advice. I think your husband is your most important business decision. Unfortunately, as women, there are a lot of societal expectations that are put on you. Whether you know, you are married, you have kids. As a woman, there's just a lot of expectations on you. So if you have an equal partner that makes life easier for you, you will be supremely successful. Like it's the same saying as behind every successful man is a woman, behind every successful woman is a very supportive man, and likely a very supportive mother-in-law and mother and everyone else that's there. Otherwise, it doesn't happen in isolation. Whereas there's so many talented women that don't get a chance to succeed because they're not allowed to work or their families are unhappy with them being all the way out there. For me, after I delivered my first child, I took 2 days off, and on the 3rd day I was back in the office because I'm quite psycho like that, and no one batted an eyelid because they were like, cool, you know, it's her own business, she knows what she's doing, let her be. Whereas if I was in any kind of a traditional setup or scenario, there would have been a lot of resistance or fuss about how I was leading my life.
I'll just add to that, since you speak about adding to and carving your own niche, was there resistance from people to your ideas on design when you started out?
No, I think I've always worked collaboratively, and so I've just loved it all. Like after having failed at so many jobs, I really feel so happy that I found my calling. I'm so good at what I do. I feel like I am. I can see that I am. Clearly something is going right for me, that you guys have invited me here as well. So after struggling for so long to find my place, I finally feel like I've got this. I'm here, and I'm so happy to be here, and I can't wait to go way far ahead.
Great. We have just a minute on the clock. I'm going to do a bunch of rapid fire with you, Sarah.
Let's do it.
Maximalism or minimalism?
Maximalism.
Oh, wow. Really?
For sure.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Your house is maximalist too?
Yeah, you need to have personality. You can't be boring. There's no time for that.
Okay. Heritage antiques or modern tech?
Heritage antiques.
Yeah. Soft spot for antiques?
Totally, yeah.
Colaba heritage or Dubai skyline?
Oh, no way. Colaba heritage any day. I mean, those are my roots, so for sure.
Instagram reels or in-person walkthroughs?
In person, always. Yeah.
I mean, despite being like ace the game of social media?
Yeah, I'm telling you, like a lot of it is fake. It's for appearance, or there is, I mean, it's a different world out there. If you are not living a real life with real connections, it doesn't matter how popular you are on social media. Like that's all fluff or cream. The cake has to still be there.
Handwritten sketches or phone scribbles?
Handwritten sketches.
Yeah, you're old school, huh?
I'm quite old school.
Kid-proof chic or high-maintenance luxury?
I think you know the answer to this one. Kid-proof for sure.
Cats or dogs?
Dogs.
Yeah?
Yeah, I love
Even
dogs.
though Dali is there, but...
Yeah, I love my cat, but I'm such a dog person.
Great. And lastly, since we are on the platform of drivers of change, who for you has been a driver of change in your life? Someone who's inspired you and showed you the way?
I think it's cliche, but I think my mom, like she's always been my biggest supporter, and she's always cheered me on with whatever I've done. And I think I love women. Bringing other women up is what we need in this world. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for being here. And as I said, if you do follow her on Instagram, you're not going to be getting advices on what sofa to buy. You will actually be watching her dog tearing up a sofa. It's damn entertaining. Thank you so much again, Sarah.
Sarah, a big round of applause, please, for Sarah. Can I just say, all the women in this room were nodding along furiously to your marriage advice, so thank you for that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for our next session. This is a bit of a clutter breaker because we decided, since we're getting all of these achievers from across the nation, bringing them together on one platform, some of these young innovators, we decided to let them show you what really they've done, what kind of change they brought about. So the next few young innovators that we have, they're going to be presenting to you what change they've made, what innovation they've brought about. So we're going to begin this session titled The Young Innovators from Idea to Impact, starting off with Pranav Vempati, CEO of Makers Hive. A big round of applause, please, for Pranav.
start with the video. First presentation.
अपना ख्याल रखना, खाना समय पे खा लेना।
हाँ माँ, और आपने मेरी डॉक्यूमेंट्स वाली फाइल देखी है?
वो छोटी अलमारी के ऊपर ही तो रखी है। मिली?
मिल गई।
क्या होगा तेरा मेरे बिना?
आप अपना ख्याल रखना माँ।
तू मेरी चिंता मत कर, अपने काम में अच्छे से मन लगाना। उल्टे हाथ से आशीर्वाद नहीं देते।
चलो नीचे आओ माँ, दरवाजा खोलो। कैसी लगी?
अच्छी है। ये पहनाने में तुझे मदद करनी पड़ेगी।
अब मेरी मदद की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी माँ।
अपना ख्याल रखना, खाना समय पे खा लेना।
हाँ।
I think there's some problem with the video. Anyways, very good evening, everyone. I'm Pranav, founder and CEO of Makers Hive. We are a deep tech bionic startup. The first product we built is called Kal Arm, which is, in a nutshell, India's first and one of the world's most fully functional, affordable bionic hands. As you know, typically bionic hands in the West, they cost upwards of 40 lakhs to 60 lakhs. We spent almost 6 years of research by about 40 individuals to build a bionic hand that costs almost 1/10 the price of what is available in the West. So I started Makers Hive in the year 2018 with inspiration from my mentor, late Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, who is known as the father of Green Revolution. Just like any other kid, even I wanted to go abroad, make a lot of money, have a good life, like any other middle-class kid. But Swaminathan sir made me realize that it's very important that the youth of the nation needs to solve the problems that are in our country, right? So he said countries like India, they stand on 4 pillars. One is agriculture, the second is health, the third is education, and the fourth is defense. If the youth of the country can actually focus on these areas and pick up any one problem statement and try to build something out of it, we can really help the country to move forward. So we thought we'll work in the assistive devices space, because when was the last time we heard about any advancement in the field of assistive devices? Probably in 1970s with Jaipur Foot, and nothing after that. But if you look at the rest of the world, they were able to make significant impact, right? So we thought we'll not let this happen. We'll try to do something. The major difficulty is there's no bionic hand company in the world that spent less than about 100 to 150 crores to build a bionic hand. Because unlike legs which just move in one way, hands are very complex, right? For example, if you want to hold an egg, you need certain kind of sensitivity. But if you want to hold something like a bag, you need certain kind of strength. So the hands have to be dexterous enough to be able to perform all the activities. Now, when I started the company, I was 24 years old. And who would trust a 24-year-old kid and give 100 crores to build a project, right? So we were heavily constrained by whether it is financial resources, technological resources, or human resources. But again, we have taken inspiration from organizations like ISRO. While NASA is spending billions and billions of dollars to do something, ISRO is able to do the same things at almost like a fraction of cost. So I've realized that the true innovation can happen if you're constrained by financial resources or technological resources or human resources, and still you desperately want to solve a problem. I think that's when true innovation comes out. So we spent like I said, about 6 years to build the product. So rather than talking more about the product, I want to invite one of the beneficiaries of Kalam, Vamshi, onto the dais. You can get the board. Vamshi lost his hand about 8 years ago when he was studying in school. Discontinued his education because he was bullied in school because of his amputation. He was living with his mother, always dependent on every single thing on his mother. And he was making probably 2,000 rupees pension that the government gives for people who who have any form of disability. So we've given a bionic hand to Vamshi, and today he lives alone in Hyderabad. He drives his bike to office, makes about 30,000 rupees a month, and is now supporting his own family. And he's actually right here presenting in front of you guys. I would like to invite someone from the audience to come shake hands with Vamshi. Anyone? Now, if you see, when you're shaking hands, you see how these fingers are taking the shape of my hand, right? Release, Vamshi. Yeah, you can shake hands. You see that it's not squeezing the hand, right? So it's just only applying enough pressure so that the shake is firm enough, right? So it looks very simple, but there are advanced algorithms that are running inside to make this possible. Thank you. Now, Vamshi, you can write something and show. Probably you can write drivers of change. So what's happening is whenever a person thinks about moving his fingers, they automatically move, right? But for people who lose their hands in some unfortunate incidents, whenever you think about moving the fingers, you observe these muscular movements on the surface, right? So they emit minute electrical impulses in micro and millivolts called electromyography signals. So a pair of these sensors, they cost upwards of 1.5 lakh rupees. We spent almost 3.5 years in doing research and building our own EMG sensors that cost only 10 to 12,000 rupees. Similarly, right from your EMG sensors to the bionic controller, to the wrist mechanism, the finger mechanism, the thumb mechanism, everything in the hand, we built everything in India, indigenously. Thank you, Vamshi. We were able to build everything in India indigenously here, and we were able to reduce the price by multifold. So we basically, we spent almost roughly 28-30 crores in doing the research. So we basically spent 70% less money and 20% less time than anybody else in the world to build a product that is almost 10 times more affordable. Currently, we are already supplying these to the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Railways, Ministry of Home Affairs, to Bhabha Atomic Research Center, to ISRO, to everyone. We are already working with all the major hospital chains. The second product that we're building is also very interesting. It's called Sthira. You can play the video. We thought, what are the other products that we can build with the core technology that we built? We thought Parkinson's is one big problem, where a lot of people every one of us know one of our grandparents or someone in our known family or friends who has Parkinson's disease, right? So people with Parkinson's, there are millions of people. While there are millions of people who are affected by Parkinson's in the world, there are less than 12,000 deep brain stimulation surgeries that happen every year in the world. So almost 99% of the people are still facing a lot of issues. What just a bunch of 40 people with no fancy IIT or IIM degrees were able to sit and build. And I'm sure if the youth of this country can come together, take up one problem at a time and try to build something, and we can really change the narrative. Thank you.
A big round of applause, please, for Pranav, for that amazing demonstration, and I think for changing the lives of so many people out there. I think the whole country is extremely proud of what you've achieved, Pranav. Next, we have Madhav Krishna, founder and CEO of Vahan AI. Madhav, can we have you on stage? A big round of applause to welcome him. He's going to be doing something similar, showing you what he's innovated.
So like I mentioned, we are using AI to bring jobs to people. At Vahan, we are building an AI recruiter for India's massive blue-collar workforce. And like I mentioned, our mission as a company is to help people gain control of their economic destiny. Essentially, we're trying to disrupt the ovarian lottery by bringing opportunities to people. What we've built over the years is essentially what's known as a marketplace, where on the demand side, we aggregate very, very large employers. We work with all the large food com, e-com, quick com companies in India today, the likes of Swiggy, Zomato, Zepto, Uber, Rapido, Blinkit, you name it. All of them are customers with us. And then on the other side, on the supply side, we've brought in local recruitment agencies. And today we have over 4,000 local recruitment agencies on our platform. It turns out that blue-collar workers in India don't really go online to jobs. Job discovery is still a very human-centric process, and that's because there's a lot of trust required in that process. What we've done on top of this marketplace is built an AI recruiter that is actually used by human recruiters as a tool to maximize their own productivity, right? So as I mentioned, the core realization was that trust is a very key part of the job discovery process for blue-collar workers, which is why fundamentally you cannot really eliminate the human interaction from this process. So instead of taking away the human recruiter, we're empowering them with AI. And so we have a set of agents. There are 4, in fact, that do 4 different things. The agent will match a candidate with a job. The agent will answer their questions, will onboard them into a job, and then provide a worker support once they've taken up a job. And wherever we see the AI failing or not being able to establish trust with a particular job candidate, we hand off to a human recruiter. We're able to support multiple Indian languages. India, as you know, is a continent, not a country. We have over 1,300 languages and dialects in this country. And AI is now making it possible to distribute products and services across the board using these languages. Right? So if a human recruiter previously was able to get one person recruited in a day manually, when they use our platform, they can get 5 people hired in a day. So the recruiters are able to therefore make more money. More people obviously end up getting jobs. And employers are able to reduce their hiring costs. Vahan now is India's largest recruitment platform. Last year, we were able to get 10 lakh people employed. This is across, thank you. This is across all the large food com, e-com, quick com companies in India. We now get over 50,000 people employed in a month. There are some beautiful stories of people we've helped along the way. One of the videos that was played earlier, in fact, was of Asha, Very touching story, a lady who lost her job during the pandemic. She used to work as a maid in people's houses. And she took up a Zomato job through us and was able to send her kids to school because of the income she made. But another story that I'm very, very proud of, and this is the video that we'll play now, is that of Shubham Upadhyay, who's on the right. He is one of those recruiters who works on our platform. And in fact, I'll let maybe the video do the talking. Can we play the video, please, the second one?
फर्स्ट ऑफिस मैंने डाली थी तो मुझे डर लग रहा था क्योंकि मेरे पास 2 चेयर थी प्लास्टिक की और एक टेबल हमने खरीद के लाई और हमारे जो लैंडलॉर्ड है करंट वो आके बोले कि अगले महीने का रेंट दे पाओगे कि नहीं, तो फिर वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा डर लग गया, अपने आप पे डाउट आ गया कि कर पाएंगे नहीं कर पाएंगे।
अपना इंट्रोडक्शन दीजिए और अपनी बैक स्टोरी के बारे में बताइए।
मेरा नाम शुभम उपाध्याय है। मैं मध्य प्रदेश के रीवा जिला में रह रहा हूँ पिछले 3 साल से। एक बहुत छोटा सा पार्ट रहा है मेरे लाइफ का, मैं सिक्योरिटी गार्ड में रहा हूँ और नाइट में मैं वो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड की जॉब करता था और वहाँ से मैंने सर्च किया, यूट्यूब पे शॉर्ट्स वगैरह चलते रहते थे जोमेटो डिलीवरी बॉयज़ के। तो मैं रीवा में आके 2 साल 2020 के आसपास मैंने कुछ जोमेटो पे एज अ डिलीवरी बॉय ज्वाइन किया।
आपको वहाँ के बारे में कैसे और कब जानकारी मिली?
जैसे कि मैंने बताया कि मैं जोमेटो में एज अ डिलीवरी बॉय भी रेफ़र कर रहा था डिलीवरी बॉयज़ को। उसी टाइम मेरी आईडी में ऑर्डर्स आने कम हो गए थे, तो इंक्वायरी के लिए मेरे को एक पीओसी का नंबर मिला जिनसे मेरी बात हुई थी। उन्होंने मुझे बताया वाहन पोर्टल के बारे में, कैसे ये चलता है, क्या कौन कौन से क्लाइंट अवेलेबल है, सिर्फ जोमेटो बस नहीं है, बहुत सारे क्लाइंट आप वाहन में कर सकते हो। तो फिर वहीं से मेरी वाहन के साथ जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई।
वाहन के बारे में आपके क्या थॉट्स हैं?
वाहन वेंडर को अपने बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट करता है, जो माइक्रो फाइनेंस करता है, ये छोटे छोटे लोन देता है। और एनर्जी पसंद आई माधव सर की, तो एक ही बार में मिला हूँ और लगा। उससे पहले मैं अपने एक कंफर्ट जोन पे चला गया था, वो देखने के पहले मैं 300-400 एफटी करता था और जब मैं मिला मैं वापस आया, मैंने ये देखा कि 2000-3000 जो एफटी करता है उससे पर्सनली मिलते हैं, तो मैंने बोला कि मैं भी करूँगा और मैं बस अब उसके पीछे भाग रहा हूँ।
वाहन के बारे में आपको सबसे अच्छी चीज क्या लगती है?
एक ही पोर्टल में बहुत सारे क्लाइंट हैं, हाँ, तो ये बहुत बड़ा इनका यूएसपी है और इसी पे वेंडर ने अगर थोड़ा सा भी दिमाग लगा लिया बहुत आगे जाएगा वो।
वाहन के साथ जो आपको सक्सेस मिली है उसने आपकी लाइफ पर क्या इम्पैक्ट डाला है?
नहीं, वाहन के आने से डेफिनेटली मेरी लाइफ बहुत आगे गई है। मैं कभी अपने आप से उम्मीद नहीं कर पा रहा था कि मैं ये सब कर पाऊंगा इतनी इजी तरीके से। सबसे बड़ा लोगों का नज़रिया चेंज हो गया है आपको देखने का, यानी मुझे देखने का एकदम से नज़रिया चेंज हो गया है कि 2022 तक एक लड़का कुछ भी नहीं था, 12th पास आउट एक लड़का है, ना उसके पास घर है, ना उसका परिवार उसके साथ है, ना कोई भी नहीं है, और अचानक से वो आता है और 2-3 साल में उसके पास सब आने लगता है बिकॉज ऑफ वाहन।
So from a security guard to a delivery boy to a recruiter on our platform to driving a B6 and hopefully an XUV someday, this is one of the stories of a recruiter on our platform, and he now makes over 3 lakh rupees a month, leading a very good life. So far we've impacted about 1 million livelihoods. Those are the number of people we've gotten employed in the last 2-3 years. Our goal is to get livelihoods to at least 1 billion people. And we think that through the power of technology and AI, we can do that in the next 5 years or so. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause, please, for Madhav Krishna. What an amazing story of transformation. and of helping so many people. I do want to, before we call on our next two innovators, apologize sincerely for the delays and tech difficulties we've been happening. We promise it's not going to happen going forward. But let me bring on stage now Neeraj Rajmohan, CTO and co-founder of Ultraviolet Automotive Private Limited. And also with him is Narayanan Subramaniam, CEO and co-founder of Ultraviolet Automotive Private Limited. Big round of applause, please, as we welcome Neeraj and Narayan.
Can we play the video, please?
We had a dream. A dream that turned into a vision. A vision of accelerating the future of mobility. A future that became the present with India's most advanced electric motorcycle and Asia's largest battery pack. That evolved a full generation in just 12 months. And unlocked touring for the squadron. That is now 28 cities strong. We've grown, but our spirit is that of the underdog. A spirit that takes Indian engineering to the world. Because why look elsewhere? It's time for India to take pole position in building the fastest Indian. We didn't just step up, we fast forwarded the entire industry into believing we could be the best in the world. But we're only getting started. The only question is, what next?
Good evening, folks. I'm Narayan, and with me is my co-founder Neeraj. The next few minutes we'll be sharing time on stage. And what you just saw is a 10-year journey. Started in 2016. It's a story of two childhood friends competing for top rank in school, same university, worked on several projects during college, went our separate paths during our professional journey, spent about 6 to 8 years in various parts of the world, came back to India in 2016 to start what today is Ultraviolet, with a single vision of making in India for the world. Right? And let me go back down memory lane to give you some context on who we are, what motivates us to do what we do. Like I said, we've got a rich history of working on projects involving robotics, avionics, aerospace, automobiles through our time at university and beyond. And what this taught us during those early days when we realized that the syllabus is often outdated compared to what the industry needs is cross-functional innovation can result in magical outcomes. So this is phases where we brought creative design thinking, we brought together mechanics, electronics, softwares to solve problems at fundamentally different approaches. Was a 0 or 1 approach, and today that whole approach is a DNA of what we do at Ultraviolet. So I'm an automobile designer by passion and profession, entrepreneur by consequence. My co-founder Neeraj comes from tech, computer science background. He's also a co-founder entrepreneur by consequence. Both our parents are doctors, so we did not grow up with a business view on things. It was more of figuring out that it's time that someone tried to do something different. We've seen the auto industry here for many decades playing catch up with the East or the West. We've got wonderful products from Japan, Korea, now China. We've got great automobiles from Germany, Italy, US. But why is it the case that in 70 years of Indian two-wheeler history, do we not have products that we are proud of and we can proudly say are at the cutting edge of performance and tech when it comes to the global markets? So this was the lead up to our mindset that got us back to India. I was working in Europe, subsequently in Japan, till about 2014. Neeraj was in the US. Both of us came back to India in about 2015, spent some time figuring out what is the right point to get started. We were clear that building core technology, vertically integrating systems is key to success. And that also meant it's going to be a long journey. So we were prepared for that. We anticipated a 5-year journey to get to market with our first product. COVID struck in 2020, 2021, 5 became 7. And on the 8th year is when we first launched what you see behind me, the F77. So this is the most advanced and most powerful electric motorcycle in the country. And very proud to say that it is the first electric two-wheeler from India to now be retailing across Paris, Berlin, London, and 7 other countries in Europe. A little bit of a backstory. This was our first office space. If you are familiar with Bangalore, you will know Koramangala. This was a 1 BHK on top of I think it was a housing community where the intent was that both of us feel like we're stepping out of home and feels like you're working in a different space. It was a team of 3 back then. We worked on the battery tech because that was the hardest part of the puzzle to crack. Bootstrapped for the first 1 year through our savings. And today, this is our R&D space. From 3, we've grown to a team of 600 people today, about 300 on R&D and 300 across other functions in the organization. And what 8 years of R&D has resulted in is something spectacular. While the first product took us 8 years to launch, which is the F77 that you see on the left, it took us less than 2 years to launch our second product, the X47, which is what you see, the red bike in the center. And later this year, we have 2 products coming in catering towards the mass-oriented segments, which is the entry-level motorcycle and the scooter that we call the Ultraviolet Tesseract. What we've essentially built is the foundational building blocks of technology, which are now modular Lego-like structures for us to cater to different segments, different geographies, and different use cases. And to dig deeper into how we've gone about it, I'm going to hand it over to Neeraj.
So what we were talking about, what Narayan was talking about, how we were engineering, to meet some global requirements, and not just for India, but, to be world-class in what we are building. Some of the core things that we had to do, we found that there were no real benchmarks, and we had to build out things from scratch. So over a period of 8 years, we built out different versions of our battery technology from scratch, starting out with the battery management systems, the thermal management systems, to every single aspect of the design, the technology, and validation. And over that 8-year period is where we arrived at the technology that is now in production on our motorcycles and is also scaling to other parts of the world. So today we have Asia's highest range on a two-wheeler in terms of going over 300 kilometers with a single charge. So we have the highest power to capacity ratio. This is called the C rate. We have a 5-level safety system which includes thermal, electrical, software, mechanical, as well as electronic, and all of this running on our battery technology that was built in-house over a period of 8 years. Every aspect of the design and engineering of the vehicles was done in-house. This again went back to very fundamentals of engineering in terms of thermodynamics, in terms of fluid dynamics, in terms of what you see on the screen here, wind tunnel testing. All of that had to be engineered to be able to build a world-class product. And that's what we've done with the products that we have put out today. As a consequence of this, we also ended up realizing that to be able to build out of India and not have dependence on any other countries or any other companies, we had to build a lot of the core technology ourselves. So this is where an aspect of vertical integration came in, which means that we had to build out all of these different subsystems by ourselves with the teams that we had. And over that period of time, we ended up building the software, the embedded systems, the battery, the BMS technology, the motor controller systems, the entire vehicle control unit, as well as the charging systems and the back-end software that is running on our vehicles. And each of these by themselves would constitute a company, if you think about it, in terms of today's ecosystem. And this is something that we had to do all in-house to get to where we are. And as a result of bringing together all of this technology, today we have a motorcycle that is certified for 40 different countries and is retailing in several dozen countries today. And this is the first product. This is called the F77 Mark II. This is available in India, of course. And what you'll notice is with the specifications, there are some very, very crazy things. Of course, in terms of what the motorcycle does and the range, it's really fast, it's very quick in terms of acceleration, sub 3 seconds to 0 to 60, sub 8 seconds, 0 to 100. We also offer a battery warranty that is quite phenomenal and several, like an order of magnitude higher than what is available in the industry, going up to 8 lakh kilometers in terms of usage, right? And that's with the warranty. In fact, what we ended up building while we were very confident of it, this was actually validated in the real world. This is one of our earliest customers, Harish, and what he ended up doing is over a period of about 15 months, he covered 1 lakh kilometers. And his job allowed him to do that, where he could work remotely. And over that period of time, riding 1 lakh kilometers isn't easy, but he covered it and he had, his 1 lakh kilometer moment up in Leh. One of the interesting things that we did is we asked him to bring his motorcycle back to Bangalore and we tested out the batteries after that, and it was found to be over 96% of its original capacity. And this is something that's phenomenal in terms of electric vehicles to be at that level, even after extended usage. And it's not just this one accomplishment that we saw happen. Over a period of time, we saw that several thousands of our customers ended up covering over 15 million kilometers in terms of what they had ridden. This is the more recent product. This was launched a couple of months ago. This is called the X47. This is again a fully electric motorcycle. It is a crossover motorcycle. It can deal with all kinds of road and all kinds of terrain that is thrown at it. And this was launched very recently. In terms of what came new, again, this was the first of its kind. This took about 4 years of development for us. We wanted to improve safety on motorcycles. And fundamentally, we were the first ones to introduce dual channel ABS on an electric motorcycle. But with this motorcycle, we introduced radar functions, which brings about blind spot detection, rear collision warning. All of the features that you typically associate with high-end cars is now available on a motorcycle, and that it costs only 2.5 lakh rupees on the roads today. We also, along the way, realized that the challenges don't just extend to introducing electric vehicles. Charging is a difficulty in our country. It requires a certain effort. So we ended up building out our own charging network and building out our chargers. And so this is what we have introduced. This is called the Supernova Plus and Supernova chargers. These are positioned on highways and it helps people charge their vehicles. We also use an interoperable format, which means that it works with other chargers. We had to start this ecosystem, and that's what we did a couple of years ago. Now we can see that third parties are also coming up in this space, and the charging network is taking shape. And this is the outcome of about now 8-10 years of work, that today the vehicles that we have built have covered over 15 million kilometers. They've offset tons of CO2, reduced the requirement for petrol significantly. And in today's day and age, reducing dependence on crude oils and petrol products from other countries, this is a necessity, and this is something that we've already gotten at scale. I'll hand it off to Narayan to talk about what else has been happening the last couple of months.
So back in 2024 is when we initiated the certification process. It took us about 15 months to be completely certified, compliant with, like Neeraj mentioned, Europe and a set of 40 countries across the globe. Now this goes back to decisions on the product, on the hardware and the software that we took back in 2017 that enabled us now to smoothly sail and be compliant for all of these markets. Now the F-77s are across all of these countries in Europe, and the feedback has been phenomenal. And this is the kind of response that you see in every trade show that we're part of. This is from one of the European trade shows, and I mean, moments like this is where we are able to step back and think about the impact that we started out with 10 years back and are able to create and command a very, very serious level of respect for Indian engineering and design at a global stage. So that is one of the most important things Ultraviolet aspired. Of course, there are business objectives for us to grow and scale as a company, but I think we hold true to our promise of moving the needle forward significantly when it comes to design and tech emerging from India. Now, automobiles, as we all know, cater to both the irrational and the rational side of our thought process. And the more you go into performance-oriented machines and desirable machines, the more that irrational quotient goes up. So this was a project that we took upon a couple of years back to really push the boundaries of what irrational thinking and engineering can result in. This is called the F-99, and today we proudly call ourselves the fastest Indians. And this is, in fact, factually accurate. So what you see is the F-99 concept motorcycle. We took on the challenge of creating the fastest automobile ever made in India. And when I say automobile, that's a carefully thought out word because it includes things on 2 wheels, 3 wheels, 4 wheels, 6 wheels, and beyond. Now the F-99, right from concept towards us getting it to reality and then taking it to the racetrack where we set multiple records for the fastest quarter mile ever by an Indian automobile and the highest top speed ever by an Indian-made automobile. This was set in on Republic Day 2025 at a top speed of 258 kilometers per hour. And as of today, the vehicle is already clocking close to 270 kilometers an hour. So it's been incredible showcase of what technology can result in-house engineering of all of the subcomponents going into building efficiency, building performance. And while the F-99 today is a showcase of technology, for us, it's also building the base for future growth into multiple segments as we scale into global markets. So that's it from the two of us today. Very, very honored to be amongst elite company. Very inspiring stories that we've heard so far, about to hear moving forward as well. And what we do at Ultraviolet, I hope it inspires a lot more people in the hardware space, hardware, robotics, all of it to come together to see what we can truly do as a country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neeraj and Narayan. And congratulations on all of the work, accomplishments of Ultraviolet. I think what you would have noticed in this session, the last half an hour, 30 minutes, is that all of these achievers, these young innovators that we brought in, we consciously ensured that it wasn't focused on one particular sector. The idea is to send out a message that, look, our young innovators are extremely creative, are coming up with such unique ideas. And I know there's been a huge conversation about whether India is innovating enough. I think Indians are. Maybe the conversation should be about whether we're promoting them enough. So we hope we've got that conversation going by showing you a glimpse of what so many youngsters, so many of these young innovators are up to. But taking a leaf out of the Ultraviolet book, let's shift gears now and also let some music do the talking. Just give us a few moments because we've got a scintillating session coming up next. It's going to take a bit of time to set up, so a couple of minutes and we'll be ready for our next one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome Mehtab Ali Niazi for our next session, String Theory. And to take this forward, I'm invited on stage Sahai Ranjit, Managing Editor of India Today.
Namaskar. After a very serious sessions of science and innovation and AI, we have something to soothe our nerves. So Mehtab, can we just spread some peace and joy with your music?
Yeah, sure.
Wow. That's what, in fact, Ustad Zakir Hussain said when he heard Mehtab. He said, Wah, Mehtab, you're on the right path, and he blessed him personally. So, wonderful music. Mehtab comes from a family of musicians, from Bendi Bazaar Gharana, one of the oldest Gharanas of India. And his father, his grandfather, his uncle were all musicians. And he wanted to learn santoor initially. He learned santoor and then he went into sitar. So how has the journey been, Mehtab?
First of all, thank you so much, Uncle, for all the lovely words. Journey has been, sort of mix where sometimes I didn't enjoy it, but sometimes I have to do it because of the pressure from the family, and then you have to carry forward this legacy of 7th-generation musicians behind you. You have done great things before you, and then you have to be on the right track to be able to do the right things because you are representing them. So I think journey has been mix.
What has been your life experience? One experience that made you take up this music?
Well, I started when I was 4. I was really young. But then what really made me fall in love with sitar was my first foreign tour, let's say, because I was enjoying going to new hotels every day, performing for new audience every day, and then getting to meet a lot of fans after the performance and taking pictures and stuff like that. So that's really motivated me, sort of.
Okay. You've been working on the electronic sitar. So why have you modernized this traditional instrument, which is sitar, into an electronic sitar?
Well, if I tell you honestly, I was a bit reluctant in playing the electronic sitar initially. But then I realized that, as they say, change is the only constant. I was like, I being the Indian classical musician, coming from this huge heritage background, I should adapt with the things and technologies and stuff, new age things that I have around me, and sort of make a new sound which sort of make the newer generation enjoy and get back to our roots and start enjoying it as they do to other genres. So that was the idea behind it, and somehow I'm enjoying it these days.
Can we have some sounds of the electronic sitar?
Yeah, sure. So as you can see here, the structure of the instrument is the same, just the size is a bit small, and the tone you'll hear now is very close to an electronic guitar. But then in sitar, we have this unique thing called the meend, which is not there in guitars. So when you have that electronic tone of electronic guitar's tone, and then you mix that tone with the meend of the sitar, just listen to it how it sounds.
So now I'm going to ask Mehtab, we're going to have a Jugalbandi. So I'm going to give him a word and he has to now interpret it in his music.
That sounds tricky, but let's try.
So one beautiful emotion, that is grief, sadness. So let's hear some. joy, happiness.
So there was this famous meme on the Instagram I saw. In the older movies, let's say if someone say, "Ma, main pass ho gaya," the sound of that dialogue. Let's say, "Ma, main pass ho gaya."
माँ मैं पास हो गया. The beautiful emotion of romance, love. वाह, भक्ति. वाह, How are you inspired by this car? How will you interpret it in your music? Mahindra XUV7XO.
I suppose it's elegant, and then it needs to be very fast. So
That's XUV7XO. And now a special. India today is 50 years old and it's celebrating its golden jubilee. So what do you have to interpret India Today magazine making sense of India?
well, it needs to be a special one because India Today has always been a great supportive in my own career. So I was also enlisted for the next 100 achievers in 2019, I guess.
19.
It has always been a pleasure to be associated with them. So a melody for them needs to be very special. So let's say India Today, and then for our country, the India in today's time needs to be the same, I guess.
So now we wind up the session. What's the electronic music or from the sitar that personifies you, represents you?
Well, something that represents me would be a traditional raga on a very modern age sound. And while playing it, you have to keep in mind the tradition, the roots, and then it also needs to resonate with the people of my age and the younger generation. So there's a piece of mine, actually not mine, it was composed by my father in Rag Bhairavi, which is like a traditional raga. And then if I play it on this electronic sitar, it would really justify the personality of mine, which is like the traditional melody on the electronic sitar. So I would like to play that. The melody is called Inherited, because I have inherited it from my father.
Wonderful. Wow, Ustad.
we should say. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause for Mehtab Ali Niaz.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Mehtab, once again, a big round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, give us a few moments. We're just setting up for our next session. And of course, Mumbai is notorious for its traffic. Our next guest is stuck in a bit of traffic, so she should be here in just a few moments from now. I'm being told she's at the signal. All you Mumbaikars should know she's apparently at the junction just before this hotel, the airport junction, which apparently gets jammed. So we're just waiting for her to turn up. And the next few sessions are going to be interesting ones because we have, of course, Janelia Deshmukh. She's joining us in a few moments. We'll have Navia right after that, and then Mona Singh. So 3 back-to-back sessions that we'll put out for you that you will definitely enjoy. And then we'll be, of course, joined also by the Honorable Governor of Maharashtra. So bear with us, give us a few moments as we get set for the next session. India Today Group and Mahindra's Drivers of Change is back with Season 3. And this time, you may have noticed, we've got an upgrade. The XUV 7XO will be in action, covering 10,000 kilometers going across the country. So what is the Drivers of Change theme this time around? We're putting the spotlight on corporate excellence, young corporate leaders who are shaping the future of India. We've spoken of the women who've led change before. If we've spoken of Viksit Bharat, this time with corporate excellence, we also put the spotlight on smart cities of India. Join us on this exciting journey over the next 1 month as part of India Today and Mahindra's Drivers of Change. We've got a lot of exciting moments, journey coming your way in the XUV 7XO. of Change Season 3. Know her as an actor, of course. She's also a producer. She's also an entrepreneur. So first of all, Janelia, welcome to Drivers of Change.
No, thank you so much.
How do you do it all? I mean, you do have 24 hours in a day, right? Like the rest of us?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think we all do it in our own way, in some way or the other. But I think it's nice to push yourself to various limits. I think it's nice to outdo your beliefs. I think it's nice to sometimes think, never have thought of being a founder or being a producer, and then suddenly being in a spot where you have to do certain things or you want to do certain things which you thought weren't you, at some point in time. So I think it's been a good ride, but I think the change came the moment I had kids. So I think motherhood taught me that I could do a lot more and I'm capable of a lot more. And then my two babies, which I call my, not Rian and Rael, but my film company, which is Mumbai Film Company, and my venture, which is Imagine Food, was born.
So, okay, to add to all of the hats that I referred to, I think motherhood should also be there. And I know a lot of people say, why do you raise it with women when you don't raise it with men? I think it's important because society has such different expectations from a woman than from a man, from a mother than from a father. And yet you've managed to balance that. Was that hard too? The fact that, you've had all of this while also being a mother focusing on your family?
No, I've often said this, and I'll keep saying it. I think it's the toughest job. I think, being a homemaker and being a mom is sometimes the toughest job, and it's one that gets no credit, that's taken for granted, and there's no paycheck to it. So once you're in that zone and you know to do it all, you know to plan it, you know to put it into perspective, and you're responsible for two little children's lives very often. You're responsible for the way the home runs. And when you get to doing that, then coming to a startup and you're doing the same thing, right? Like you're starting from base, you're starting on a format which doesn't have too many people, where you're doing everything. You figure it out much better, I think. And it is tough. I won't say it's easy, because there are days that you work, like when Imagine Food was initially launched, I used to work like from 5 in the morning till around 7:38. And then I would take a break because the kids would get up, and then again go back to work.
That's still working.
Yeah. So that's how you figure it out. You plan it out. But I won't say it's an easy ride. I just feel there's two ways of looking at it. There's one that pushes you towards growth, and there's one that pushes you towards safety, where you're comfortable and you're like, okay, this is how I can do things. Or you take the extra step and you go towards growth.
And why did you choose then to push yourself? Because you were in a comfort zone.
Yeah.
You could have said, I'll prioritize this and that's it. I'll act a bit, I'll do this.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to take that extra step?
I think I was increasing my craft of storytelling, because I think while as an actor I enjoyed what I was doing, at that point in time I don't think I could have given justice to being an actor, because there are crazy call times, there's crazy amount of, just come at this times. If you have a night shift, you have to be there. So I couldn't do it as an actor, but I still could storytell as a producer, right? So the way I saw it was, you no more just have to see me on screen as an actor, but you probably get to live the story that I want to tell.
Does it give you goosebumps? Though I saw also bits of Raja Shivaji that's been put out. We'll put out those pictures also that we have of Raja Shivaji, the first look that's out. And in that is written, produced by Janelia Deshmukh. How did that feel?
I love
just
it.
seeing that.
No, I mean, it is an ambitious project. It's one that Ritesh has been dwelling with for the last 10 years, and he's always wanted to make this film. So he's been writing, he's been researching, the film went through a couple of directors till one fine day. I just felt he had lived every bit of the film that, he was just a writer. Of course, I was still the producer then, but we were looking out for different other directors then. And for some reason, it didn't work out, or, schedules got pushed and stuff like that. And then one fine day when he decided to direct, it was a film that Mumbai Film Company was very, very, very proud to produce. So it is one of the greatest warrior king we know. And I'm just glad we're getting to tell that story.
Some of the pictures look amazing. It looks
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah.
And we also have a picture of you behind the scenes with Ritesh working on this film. How is the transition? There you go. How has the transition been, from in front of the cameras to behind the cameras? Was that hard to kind of master and figure out?
Strangely, no. Strangely,
Came naturally to you?
Yeah, strangely. I thought it would be, really tough, and I thought it would be something that I wouldn't be able to do, especially with this film, because, it's a different budget, it's a different kind of film that you're making, which requires like around 600 to 700 people every day on set. So I didn't know whether I was capable of doing it, but I do think it's the intent. When you go with the intent, you figure out a way. And be it Imagine Foods or be it, Mumbai Film Company, I'm not selling products, I'm just selling my intention.
I think it's the passion then that's driving you.
Yes.
It shows clearly in the product also that we're seeing.
Thank you.
But also, when you tell a story of the likes of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, do you feel the pressure of doing that also? Because it's a legacy that, you have to cover so much of.
Yes, definitely. I do think it was, when we first set out, I don't think there's a day where we didn't have a prayer said in the middle, personally and with the entire unit, because we were doing something that the greatness of the person, the greatness of Maharaj is something that is pressure in itself. It's, will you ever be able to do justice to that kind of achievement, that kind of thing that he has done. But having said that, it is a story that had to be told, and it is told, and we've learned about it, we've read about it, but to have the greatest warrior king in India, being there, being positioned out there, is something that we took as the greatest thing that could ever happen to us. And that's how the film came about, that's how the film was made. I feel everyone on this film came with that one intent of wanting to make it something else. So, our director of photography is Santosh Sivan, who himself called up and, said, I would love to be associated with the film. We got an action director who came from Poland. Then we have the best of the star cast with Abhishek Bachchan, Sanjay Dutt, Vidya Balan. It was just very humbling for each one to come and make this film with us.
For you as a producer, considering your time also in Bollywood or in a Tollywood and Collywood, etc., it would have been very easy for you to go big budget Bollywood commercial superstar film. You've chosen to stay rooted in regional Marathi cinema. Is that a conscious choice?
So I'll tell you, when I first got married, I hadn't seen too much of Marathi cinema when I initially got married, and Ritesh introduced me to some of the films that I had seen back then. Which one of them I remember, which had a very lasting impact on me, was Zogwa. It was a film that was made in Marathi then. And I just said, this is unbelievable. Like this kind of cinema that they're making is unbelievable. It was, of course, Ritesh's dream to, tell more stories in Marathi and make it a production house in Marathi first. And I helped on the way, but I fell in love with the process because I did come from a zone where I was part of the South industry then and all the industries, which at that point in time wasn't the same as today. And I saw the intent and I saw the growth and I see how they've become today. And the whole thing is, I feel the Marathi industry has the best actors ever, you know, I truly believe it. Like every day I look at, like when the actors were on set, I would look at them and I was like, can I even be 0.5% of this? Because it's just raw, it's just like you said, culturally so strong. And I think that's where the thought was born initially. But we do want to tell a lot more Marathi films. Of course, we will go into other industries and we will, but it's not something that we do every year or every day. It's only when there's a story that touches our heart that we make a film.
All the very best for Raja Shivaji. I think we're all looking forward to it. And I think what's great is it tells the story of a legend in Marathi, which is so important because very often I think it's overdone or over the top and the language change doesn't connect. But in this case, I think that helps. I want to focus on the other aspect that I referred to of Imagine Foods.
Yes.
How challenging was that? You know, when it's called Imagine Foods, I think what's great about the brand is it actually reimagines
it.
It sticks true to its core and its identity.
Absolutely.
How did that come about? Is that something that's, you know, a pet project of yours? Are you passionate about food?
Yeah, food? I am very passionate about food. But the thing was, it came about because Ritesh and me were non-vegetarians. And at some point in time, our children actually put us in a spot and said, you can't be making a distinction between loving a dog and, you know, eating a chicken. So we were like, wow, that's like some kind of food for thought. But having said that, when we first gave it up, when we first gave up non-vegetarian food, Ritesh missed it very dearly. And at that point in time, the movement had started in America. We were living there then. And I took the burgers, the plant-based burgers, and I crushed it and I made keema pao, you know, over there. And he was like, wow, if I get this, I don't have to ever eat, you know, non-veg again. So it started with as small a thought as that. And then we came back, and during COVID, we were in Latur, which is Ritesh's village. And we started working there on the entire product, the intent of making it something that many people like us would want to do and want to have as an option. And at that point in time, there were no options at all for, you know, plant-based food lovers who enjoy the texture, who enjoy the flavor of meat, but didn't have it then. So that's how Imagine started initially. But now we've gone on to also having vegetarian food, which is high in protein. So while we have a segment that's alternative protein, we also have like a harabara kebab, we have you know, black bean burger, just with the fact of having it higher in protein. So generally when you have harabara kebabs, you only have potato, there's no protein in it. So the intent was to offer a lot more without you having to think, you know, too much. And it keeps growing every day. It's work in progress every day. We hope to have more products. We keep trying to better our products. We keep trying to increase the variety. We still are self-funded, but it still feels good to be that way.
You have an amazingly diverse portfolio and amazingly diverse menu as well with Imagine Foods. But I think since we're on a platform called Drivers of Change, Janelia, to you, as a driver of change, what's that one advice that's always stuck by you and that kind of changed your life? I'd love to know.
Well, like I said, you know, in life, you'll always get those two options. You get one to go ahead and grow, and you'll get one to sit back and say, I'm comfortable, I'm safe, you know. I think with me, it was the one to glamorize growth, to figure it out. And I often believe, and I think I read it in somewhere, a Charles Darwin quote, which said that the only people who survive is not the most intelligent, not the most hardworking, but those who can survive change. And I think that's something that I live by, and I'd like to believe I put it into play.
I definitely think so. Big round of applause, please, for Janelia. Thank you
Thank you
so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
I think I've seen you from boys, Bommarilu to now this, so it's amazing to see. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite on stage next Navia Navali, Nanda entrepreneur and philanthropist. A big round of applause, please, for Navia as she joins. So I'm sure a lot of you recognize Navia. What I found very interesting is the number of things, Navia, that you've delved into. You've got Project Navali, and I'll explain all of this to everyone joining us. You've got Project Navali going on. You've got a stand-up initiative going on. You're a podcaster, of course. You're pursuing an MBA course. I know this is a long list, but there's more. She's also involved in a company that manufactures farm tractors. So much going on. Welcome, first of all. I think you're truly a driver of change.
Thank you for having me here.
How has this entrepreneur journey been going for you?
It's going well. I think I'm inspired every day by other young people around me who are also doing multiple different things. So I'm really enjoying the journey of it.
I'll begin with Project Navali, and I think this is one that really stood out for me because it's an NGO that focuses on gender inequality, which we have so much of in India, and I think we just don't have enough of a conversation going about it. What was that spark, Navia, that made you decide that, look, this is something that I need to talk about, I need to do something about?
I'm not sure if it was a spark, but I think for most young people my age, and I think as we're termed Gen Zs, I think a lot of us have kind of grown up with this thought of wanting to give back to society and leave society a better place than we found it. I think my entire generation, and I know so many of my friends who are very involved in the non-profit space and working towards not just gender inequality, but also in terms of climate change. And I think a lot of young people doing a lot of great work, and I think that inspired me a lot. I've been surrounded by a lot of young people who believe in change, who believe in leaving society better than they found it, and I think that's just kind of what inspired me as well. And I think the people you surround yourself with truly do impact how you look at the world, and I think that is what kind of led me to also join that mission of not just creating a better world, but also a better India and a better society.
Since you mentioned Gen Z, this is one of my favorite topics to get into, that there is this narrative that Gen Z is blissfully unaware that they're in their own world, that this is a lazy generation. Not true?
No, I definitely have to defend my fellow Gen Zs. I don't think we're lazy. I actually think, and this is something my mother complains about a lot, is that I'm doing too much and that I'm, multitasking a lot, which I think is a great skill. I think we've grown up in a world that is constantly changing, constantly evolving, and I think a skill, and I would say a positive, skill that all Gen Zs have is being able to wear multiple hats, being able to play different roles, whether it's at home, whether it's, at school, whether it's when you're out at work. And I think I give a lot of credit. It's not very easy to do that, and I think that the sheer motivation and ambition that I see in Gen Z is something that inspires me every day. So I don't think we're lazy at all. I think that the future of India is in very safe hands. I think a very large percentage of our population is young, and each and every single young person today is out there doing something, making a change with purpose, which I think is something that is very commendable.
That's amazing to hear. Another aspect of this is that there's a lot of talk that youngsters leave India, go abroad, enjoy life there, contribute to those countries. You've taken a conscious decision clearly of not just being here, but helping India grow, helping India in every way you can. Why did you take that decision? Was it a conscious one that you said, I'll be rooted to India?
I mean, I don't think that's a decision at all. This is my home. This is where I grew up. This is where I belong. These are my people. And yes, I went abroad for university, but it was never a doubt that I was going to come back and work here. My family is here, and this is where my home is. And any change or any efforts that I wanted to take in terms of starting a business or even my non-profit, I knew would always be back home in India. So.
Tell me some of the stories. With Project Navali, you worked at the grassroots level. Can you share some of the most impactful stories that you've seen on ground in different villages, maybe?
I think many stories. We work a lot in entrepreneurship and financial independence for women, and I think something we have seen is how being financially independent can change a woman's life, can change a family's life. And we've met multiple women across India, whether it's in metros or whether it's in rural parts of India, who have participated in our programs. And I think a story that we are very emotionally connected to is a woman who is from Gujarat, and she was part of Seva Association, Self-Employed Women's Association, and we worked with them through our entrepreneurial program. And she lived in very tough circumstances with an alcoholic husband and wasn't an earning member of the family. But once she started earning, one day she went home and her husband was drunk, and he came to kind of hit her, and she just raised her debit card. And I think that really stood for what financial independence can do for a woman and what it can do for a family.
That's amazing. That's an amazing story. But when you hear some of these stories of the pain, the struggle that some of these women go through, does it make you emotional? Does it make you maybe angry or sad? What do you feel?
I mean, I think, of course, for the nature of the work that I'm involved in, you get to meet many women from many spheres of life, experiencing many different things, and I think it of course at times it does make you angry on the injustice that a lot of women still have to endure when it comes to safety at home, safety at the workplace, safety on the roads, and I think there is a lot to be angry and emotional about. But I think the most important thing is to understand that your work is making a difference and to believe in that work and not let emotions overcome the efforts that you're putting in to actually make a change, so that that cycle is broken and it's not repeated, that every woman deserves that seat at the table. And I think that overriding those emotions and just believing in the work and having to focus on the work you're doing is the most important thing.
Is that what kind of pushes you? Is that what you're most passionate about women empowerment? Because whether it's Project Navali, whether it's the Stand Up initiative, which is, by the way, all about combating harassment, all of these are focused on ensuring inclusivity, about gender equality. So is that something that drives you, that ensuring that women are given an equal pedestal, equal place?
Yes, I think I've grown up around very strong women in my life, all working women, all raised me to, have a belief that I am equal to anyone in this world. And I think that I've grown up with that thought, and I've been privileged enough to grow up in an environment where I didn't have to fight for the seat at the table, but I do understand and acknowledge that that's not a reality for a lot of women. And I think that we only move forward when we share what we have, not only as women, but as people as well. And I think that's really where the drive came from, is wanting to see every single woman at the table with me, not just me being there by myself.
Is it tough, though, being a girl boss?
No, I mean,
a young one at that, so...
I think, yes, I think being young, sometimes you're looked upon as being inexperienced, and people question whether you have the knowledge or the capacity to be taking the decisions you're taking or probably driving the kind of work that you are. But I do believe that in today's context, women, and especially young women, stand a very, very good chance at being at the forefront of change, whether it comes to our economy, whether it comes to social change. And I think that I see a lot of young women doing that too. And I think that we see each other and and get inspired by that. So no, I wouldn't say it's tough. I would say that being a young person today is actually very exciting, especially in India. I think there's so much potential for us, and I appreciate all the recognition that young people get today, because it really does motivate us to do more.
It's a competitive environment, but do you think that in the circumstances that we're in, there's a need for maybe women entrepreneurs to kind of band together, to work together, to lift each other up? And is that something that's actually possible in India, or does it happen?
Yes, I mean, we have a community called Entrepreneury with over 50,000 young female entrepreneurs, and I think the goal of that community really is to support one another, whether that is purely as friends, but also as colleagues, and also be there encouraging someone when they're going through the journey of being an entrepreneur, which is not always an easy journey. I'm sure for everyone here who is an entrepreneur has probably experienced their fair share of ups and downs when it comes to starting a business, and I think having a community of women who you can rely on at that phase of your life is very important.
You know, one thing about having young blood in an organization or having a young entrepreneur is they're all about tech. Are you about tech? Are you all about AI? Are you looking at that also changing how things work in the country now?
Absolutely. I think AI is something that is used very often, understood much less. I think it's also something that scares a lot of people, and I actually see a lot of positivity in that. I think used in the right way and used responsibly, it can really alter the way that we work and do business, especially in India. On one side, I'm a part of an agri-machinery business which prioritizes technology, innovation, and AI, because I really believe that that is going to drive the change that we need to see when it comes to farming and sustainable farming. And on the other side, we also have an initiative called Navia, where we work with women across India to educate them on AI and the benefits that it can bring in the workplace. So I actually look at it in a very positive way. I think it's something that we have to work alongside. It's not something that should ever replace us, but it's something that we need to know and have the knowledge of and the skills of to control so that we can use it to our advantage.
But let me just get this right. It's such different sectors. You're working with an NGO, you've got entrepreneurship, you've got so many other aspects, and then you're part of a company that also manufactures farm-track tractors. How did you ensure that, look, I'm someone who can be seated on a table, talk about manufacturing tractors as much as anyone else who's got so much experience, and to get into something like that is also challenging, because mentally, to get into a mind space where you believe that you can be on that table is also equally a challenge.
I grew up in Delhi. I've been, riding tractors since I was probably 4 years old. I'm the fourth generation of my family to be working in the business, so it was something that was very natural and familiar to me. It's something I've seen my entire childhood. Grew up around my father, talking about tractors as the most exciting thing. So for me as a young girl, a tractor was probably the most exciting thing in the world.
So you're passionate about tractors, really?
Yes, absolutely. And I think, especially the kind of industry it is, it's not only important for our country, it's one of the largest industries we have, but also I think a large percentage, nearly 45% of our workforce is in the agriculture industry. And I think it's a very, very pivotal industry for our country, and I'm very proud to be a part of that, a small part of that, but a part of that. And I think especially now, being young and seeing what technology can do when it comes to not just the machine itself, but also the services that you can offer when it comes to farming, I think is very exciting for me. So when I'm at that table, I'm always thinking about what next, what can we do to improve a farmer's life, to build prosperity for them. And I think that's always been a mission for us.
Amazing. I must say, amazing that, you're someone who's passionate about tractors. I mean, who would have imagined that even in so many of these youngsters, there's so much of curiosity about agriculture, about farm-track tractors as well. But that's not where it ends. You're also writing a book. Tell us about that. How's that going?
I'm co-writing a book with my co-founder at Navia, and very grateful to HarperCollins for publishing the book. It's still in the process of being written, but I think it actually started off based on the question that you asked me earlier about Gen Zs, and Gen Zs being termed, lazy or distracted, and I think a lot of young people feel that we're a very misunderstood generation. I think we're misunderstood by who we are as people, what we want from the world, what our aspirations are, what our ambitions are. And this book is not just something I'm writing, it's something we are co-writing with young people around India, and it's going to basically set the record straight about what Gen Z is here to do, what we're here to achieve, what our dreams and aspirations are, and how we aim to build that for ourselves. So we've been interviewing young people across India for the last couple of months, so it's actually not just me, but I'm co-writing it with my fellow Gen Zs around India, and we're excited to have it out and for people to read it.
Amazing. You're clearly a driver of change for Gen Z. And I think this sends out a great message, because I think you're trying to kind of right the wrongs as far as messaging goes on Gen Z. But since you've been recognized as a driver of change, Navia, I'd love to know, who's the one person who's inspired you the most along this journey, and why?
I mean, I wouldn't be able to pick one. There are a lot of people who have inspired me, but my dadi was an entrepreneur herself. She passed away a couple years ago, but she was a very strong woman, an entrepreneur, and growing up in Delhi, she was, you know, a great role model for me, for a young woman in business at the time. And I think she inspired a lot of the entrepreneurial streak that I have in me, watching her as a young girl. So I think she would be someone that has really deeply inspired my entire journey of being an entrepreneur.
Amazing. Congratulations on all that you're doing, and all the very best, Navia.
Thank you.
A big round of applause, please, for Navia Nanda for joining us here at the India Today Mahindra Drivers of Change. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to invite on stage Mona Singh, actor and restaurateur here. Big round of applause, please, as we welcome Mona Singh here to the India Today Group Mahindra Drivers of Change. I'd like to invite Deputy Editor of India Today, Suhani Singh, to take this conversation forward.
Bads of Bollywood, hands up. Okay. So you remember when this song comes and all of us like, oh my God, what just happened? What just happened here? Okay, how many of you have seen Border 2? A few hands? Okay. Then there's, this is a work you should have seen. Kohara? Kohara on Netflix? Yes. See, more hands for Kohara.
Okay then.
And Subedar on Amazon Prime? So that tells you that this is Mona Singh's year, and we are just living in it. It's only a quarter, Mona, 2026. I've not even spoken about Happy Patel. Yeah. But do you sleep at all? Did you sleep last year? Is your husband complaining? Are your dogs missing you? I mean, we are all loving it, but just tell us, this is a beautiful green patch that you're having right now.
It really is, it really. I've worked pretty hard. Last 2 years, I was working non-stop. But honestly, I feel more than sleeping, it's about, you know, living through the characters that I play. I crave for these kind of transformations. So my happy place is definitely not the physical set, but the transformation, you know. So from playing gritty, disciplined, grieving cop, Dhanwant Kaur in Kohara 2, and then playing a sand mafia mastermind, Bubbly Didi. I just feel it requires a certain level of energy which only comes from genuinely loving the craft. So I think that inspires me. So it's less about sleep.
So you can see, like, we've got this really lovely collage here. Now I want to talk about that girl there. Who's that girl? That's Jassi. That's how Mona started out, 2003. Now, Mona, this is an off-script question. I was just thinking, that's Jassi, and Mona Singh is having the time of her career. And then you had Nandu, Gaurav Gera in Durandar, who is creating fireworks. Did we ever imagine 23 years later, Jassi and Nandu would be creating fireworks at the box office and on streaming? Did you ever imagine that both of your journeys would culminate in such a wonderful way?
See, it just requires a lot of patience and faith in your journey. You know, you have to be consistent, you have to be disciplined. You cannot be waiting for the next script. You have to wait for the right script. And you know, right scripts just take time. So as long as you know, willing to wait it out and do the things that you love doing and that things which still keeps you curious, excited, I think that is what just speaks volumes of choosing these kind of roles for Nandu and for me.
Yeah. But are you and Gaurav still friends? Do you guys keep in touch?
2003, that is when I got to know him. So it's 24 years of friendship.
Yeah, it is a friendship. Huh?
Yes.
That's lovely.
Yes.
I think, Mona, you know, you generally seem like such an amiable, affable person. The fact that roles like Mama from Happy Patel and Bubbly Didi came to you, were you surprised that people were seeing you in this negative avatar? Because I think we've just seen you always as the girl or the woman who you trust.
You see, you're right. You know, from playing Jassi to a Mama or to a Bubbly Didi, it requires a massive leap. So the thing is, I wasn't really surprised that I'm getting these offers or that I could do something like that. But it was more of that, you know, the industry finally caught up to the range and gave me the opportunities that I had been waiting for. So it was basically that.
Since we're talking about weight, you had a banger of a start, right, with Jassi. And for 4-5 years, your name was everywhere. You couldn't even get out of the look, I remember, right? You had to wear those specs and those braces that show up everywhere. And then you get a banger of a start with features with Rajkumar Hirani in Three Idiots. We all remember that scene in Three Idiots, right? Where Mona is on the pregnancy.
Push, Mona, push. Raju sir also said on my, you know, on the day of my wedding, he's like, I wanted to gift you a vacuum cleaner. I was like, sir, you gotta be kidding me.
But it's been a wait, Mona. Like, you know, it's interesting because we speak about having the best start on TV, the best start on films, right? Because Three Idiots back then was the highest grossing film. But it's taken a while for you to get the recognition and adulation that you deserve. Can you tell me a little bit about that journey for you? To wait, to persist, and to wait for the opportunities to come by?
You see, the thing is, I am still in no rush. The fact is that, you know, I'm here to do some meaningful work. And yes, I have waited it out. And one thing that I've learned from the industry is the power of patience. You know, well, often actors are told that, oh, strike while the iron is hot. I've waited for the right script rather than, you know, for the next script. And which is why I think that is the discipline, exactly why you see my 2026 lineup. It feels like a curated collection more than a random pile of work. So patience paid off. Yeah.
But was it at any point this sense of uncertainty and anxiety for you that why aren't you getting your due? Did those struggles also happen for you, Mona?
See, this job is such. You know, everything is so unpredictable. When we're working non-stop, you know, sleepless, on set, 24 hours, every single day. But when there's no work for months. So what do you do in that time? You prep. You know, you flex your acting muscles, you go for some workshops, you travel, you gather more information, you grow as an individual, you reinvent yourself. And that's what exactly has kept me going, rather than, you know, complaining that why am I not getting my due and why people are not calling me. I waited it out patiently.
So after you did Three Idiots, the streaming revolution started around 2017, 2018. Yes. And Mona appeared in this beautiful, beautiful show. I don't know I don't know how many people have seen it here. It's with the viral fever's Ye Meri Family. Yeah. I think that was the show that, would you agree, Mona, that is the show that sort of paved the way for people to notice you? And because it came early on, I remember just pre-COVID maybe.
Yeah, pre-COVID, yes, 2017 is when it was launched.
So I'll tie in this question. Did you see streaming as this game changer? Did you feel that it would give you so many opportunities back then when you started doing that show? Yeah.
You see, I had done so much on TV and I wanted to do more, but TV wasn't offering me that. So as an actor, what do? You take the leap of faith, you wait it out. And I was seeing all these TVF shows on YouTube. And that was really inspiring, shows like Permanent Roommates, Tripling. I was like, why am I not in these shows? Why people aren't calling me? And that was a time that I heard from TVF, and they're like, we're making something and we want to meet you. So I met them, I loved the script, and I jumped at it. I was like, this is something I want to do. And right after that, I started getting calls for shows, I did Lal Singh Chadda after that, and then I did Made in Heaven, then I did Kala Pani, and then, things just started falling in place for me. So yeah, streaming definitely was, the ultimate game changer.
And since you have seen the highs of TV, and now you're experiencing the highs of streaming, what do you think it's especially doing for female characters? Because you see so many shows being headlined by women, right? In different genres. What do you think is the OTT platform giving to actors like you?
The best part about streaming is that they have deleted the heroine template to a performer template, and it has given women more flow to be messy, to be grey, to be authentic, to be raw, to be unfiltered, and to even be villainous like me. So I just feel that, it's given actors like me a whole new life. Yeah.
So I didn't know this phrase, but I came to know it's called Monaka magic. So you want to tell me what is Monaka magic? Is it that whatever Mona does clicks and works? And how do you feel about that badge of honor? Because it's not like anybody can get such a perfectly nice alliteration phrase, Monaka magic.
You see, I honestly feel that I've managed to build a 2-decade-long bridge of trust with the viewers. So it's also my approach of the, being the anti-diva approach on screen. I'm ready, I'm willing to look raw, I'm willing to look fatigued and tired and whatever the character demands. And I think that performance gives a gut punch more than, a scripted act. And also I feel that, most of the projects that I picked are not only commercially viable, but they are also, conversation starters. So which is why maybe I've got the tag of Monaka magic. Kuch naya aaya hai to kuch to hoga.
We'll talk a little bit about your performance in Kohara. It's a show that I think all of us will agree. It's a show that stays with you, and Mona as Dhanvant is particularly gut-wrenching performance. You want to tell me about? And that's an avatar we haven't seen you in. You're playing a cop. Yeah. It's a crime drama. If we have to fit it in a genre. How transformative has that show been for you and that journey? I'm pretty sure you must have seen your Instagram just being flooded with. Tell us a little bit about Kohara. Yeah.
Got so much love. It was such an overwhelming response that I was getting for playing Dhanvant Kaur. There were so many women reaching out to me and telling me that, we can relate to your story, the grief, the pathos and the pain that you're carrying, the heavy gait, those gazes. Dhanvant actually felt like she's carrying the weight of Punjab's soil in her bones, a woman who's been through so much and yet is, always reporting on duty, on time, not complaining about anything, dealing with such a high, high stakes case, which is like twisting and turning, and it wasn't easy. But I honestly felt that I wasn't playing a role, I wasn't playing a part, I was just reflecting a life. And that's what Dhanvant was, for me. Multi-layered, so beautifully written. We had multiple workshops, trying to understand the beat of Dhanvant.
And the Punjabi in you must have been very satisfied?
I was very satisfied that I'm getting to do something in Punjabi. My parents were more than happy. Ki, Arey, Punjabi? I was like, yes, full Punjabi. But it wasn't easy. And obviously we like things which are not easy in life. Yeah, so critics and viewers called my silence the superpower. And they've been saying that this is my best performance so far. But honestly, I really felt that, playing Dhanvant was very, very deeply healing and cathartic for me as an actor. Yeah.
And then I'll go to the other extreme, bads of Bollywood. Yeah, like that is critical acclaim. This is like Paisa Vasool entertainer. And who would have thought you're like, Mona's playing, mother. And then lo and behold, you want to tell me a little bit about your experience of working with Aryan and she is a Chupa Rustum in this show, isn't it? If she's not, then what's the point of the show?
So I'll tell you something. Aryan obviously was being very, very secretive about the script. He didn't want people to know about the climax, the twist. Of course, he didn't want people to know about it. So when we met for the reading, so every actor was just reading their dialogues, and we read till the 6th or 7th episode, till the last. And then he's like, "Bas, abhi iske baad there's no script for anybody." So I was looking at Aryan, I was like, "But what am I doing in the show, Aryan?" He's like, "Ma'am, I'll talk to you after 5 minutes." I said, "Okay." So all the actors left, and it was Bobby and me, in the room. And then Aryan was like, "Now let me tell you the climax." I was like, "Okay, what's happening?" And boom, he dropped the bomb. I was like, "No, nobody could have imagined something like that." He's like, "Exactly, that's the reason it's called Bastards of Bollywood." I loved it. I loved it. And I think that song went viral after.
It went viral, and I was just like, wow, Mona can dance so well. And then I realized you actually won Jhalak Dikhla Ja.
I won Jhalak Dikhla Ja. So yeah, my dancing skills came into play.
But how was that recreating it? I mean, I remember when we saw that moment, all of us were like, wow, this is incredible VFX work, yes.
Yes, VFX for sure, because they had to match the same moves, but I did shoot for it. It wasn't just a face replacement or something like that. I had shot for it. And the funny thing is that I was coming from my Kohra universe. I had just finished shooting for Kohra, and I got a call from Red Chillies. They're like, "Okay, we're ready to shoot the finale, the climax, and when are you coming back from Punjab?" I was like, "Okay, now I have to get into Nita zone, It wasn't easy, but we had a great choreographer, and Aryan, of course, full of his, energy and enthusiasm. "Ma'am, we'll do this." He was doing the steps for me. He's like, "Ma'am, be a little more bitchy." I was like, "Acha, I'll try." But yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was.
So, we've called this session The Right Recipe, Mastering the Art of Reinvention. I think talking about the work so far, one thing is very clear, Mona, is that you know the importance of reinvention with everything that you do. If you're playing even a mother, we are seeing different shades of what it means to be a mother. If we are seeing you play an ordinary woman who's working, we are seeing a different shade. You want to tell me how much has reinvention, especially when you see the projects that come your way, play a role, that you want to do something that has not been done before, or the audience shouldn't feel like, hey, Mona's repeating herself. Yeah.
I honestly feel, Suhani, reinvention is the main ingredient to longevity. If you are not reinventing, if you're not growing, if you're not evolving, you honestly are standing still. So if I hadn't reinvented, I would have been a nostalgic favorite and not a current favorite. And if I hadn't reinvented, maybe I would have still got the same roles that I was playing 5 years ago. So one has to reinvent, one has to, rediscover themselves, surprise themselves, do the things that really scares them, So it needs a lot of courage, and one has to be a risk taker. And also telling the viewers that, I trust my skill enough for you to dislike my character. So, yeah, and I also feel that I'm not just an actor with a long career. I'm an actor who's constantly debuting. I've debuted as a cop, as a baddie, as a mama. So it's all about the reinvention. Yeah.
We've spoken a lot about Mona's work on screen, but behind the screen, in the true Punjabi spirit, Mona has started restaurants as well. Because what is a Punjabi without being a foodie? Yeah. And interestingly, you've called your restaurant Kona Kona.
Kona Kona.
So you want to tell me what... So I know a lot of actresses now are having a side gig, which is very important, I've understood. So you have, beauty brands, you have various other initiatives, but you decided restaurants. So where was that idea germinating from? And is it Punjabi food? Can you tell us what do you do at Kona Kona?
It's all Indian regional food. It's an Indian regional paradise for food. I always wanted to have a cafe or a restaurant of my own. You see, I've traveled so much because of my work and also because I enjoy traveling. So everywhere I used to go, I used to be like, "Hi, aisa restaurant hona chahiye. Nahi, aisa cafe hona chahiye." And then suddenly, everything just fell into place. I just followed my instinct and I was like, okay, let's do it this year. So I met a couple of people, we saw the place and we were like, let's just dive into it and I will learn on the go. So we came up with the name Kona Kona because the food is from every corner of India. Yeah, and the Punjabi in me truly shines through the menu. So, yeah.
What's your favorite thing on the menu there? Like, if people want to go, what should they try there?
So, there's my mom's recipe also on the menu. It's called Chikkad Chole, the Kale Chole with Kulche, which you will not get in Bombay. Yeah, Mumbai. Correction.
and what else do you like eating
So there is Himachali Siddu, which we have given it a twist, and we've stuffed the Siddu with mushroom or chicken or mutton. So basically, the idea was to create a friendly neighborhood bar where conversations just flow freely and people are enjoying the comfort and the familiarity of the food.
So do you get time to go to your restaurant because you're working in so many films and series? Do you manage to go and check?
I do.
Yeah.
I do manage to go because I'm very, very passionate about that business too.
So it's a very lame question. So are you planning to take your restaurant to other Konas?
I already have.
So you have what, two right now,
We
right?
have two Konas now. So the first branch we opened last year in 2025 in May, and it did so well. It was such a big hit that we opened our second branch in January in Andheri East. So it's closer to where you are now. So on your way back, you might want to go.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. I think, Mona, now you're spoiled for choice, right? That is one thing. You were telling me you're reading scripts now. Do you feel now a greater sense of responsibility on what you do next? Because it's been a packed quarter. Markasam is coming out on April 3rd as well. That's on Amazon Prime too. How do you now pick what you do? And did you ever imagine that, 23 years later, you'd be so spoiled for choice?
Honestly, Sohani, it's less about being spoiled and more about the fact that I'm finally being utilized to my full capacity. These are the things that I always wanted to do, and I'm getting to play that now. So, yes, I'm reading scripts. I've always been mindful about my choices. So what next is not the pressure that I take. I feel a good script will always find me. So you got to wait it out, like I said earlier.
And what about balancing? Like we saw you in Border 2 this year. That's the second highest grossing film of this year. Is theatrical also something that you make an effort to be seen in?
I want to balance it out. It's not that I want to leave streaming and then concentrate only for the big screen. I don't want to do that. I don't want to leave a single thing to, do the other. But if it happens, if it comes to me, why not? So Happy Patel happened just like that. We were at Amir Khan's party and Veer approached me. He's like, hey, I have something very exciting for you, something that you've never done. I was like, okay, all ears. And he narrated the script to me and I was like, I have never done this. He's like, exactly why you should do it. And the same happened with Border, Binoy got in touch with me and he's like, I have something beautiful for you. And Border also felt very, very surreal because my dad fought the 71 war. Yeah, and my dad stepped on a mine, he lost his foot. So the first scene where Sunny sir is actually on that mine, it just felt like, oh, I was meant to, be a part of this project.
What was your reaction to seeing you with and it's interesting, you worked with both the Deol brothers, with Bobby and with Sunny. Yeah. What was his reaction to seeing, especially Border, yeah?
I took my parents to watch the movie. My dad started telling me all his anecdotes again, how was it at that time when they were, entering Pakistan. And yeah, my dad was reliving all his moments and it felt very, very special that, it was actually an ode to him, Border 2. I had to do it. And working with Sunny and Bobby was very, very exciting because
are they very different as personalities?
They are. Bobby is the younger one, so he's obviously the, the pampered one, the spoiled one. So he's the one always cracking jokes and stuff. And Sunny sir was mostly like, he's a very soft-spoken man, When you see him on screen, he's like constantly screaming, hey, oi. But otherwise in life, he's very soft-spoken and he's a complete foodie. So his entire entourage travels with him. So every day he would be like, Mona, aaj chole bhature ban rahe hain. I'm like, okay, but what about this scene? Haan, wo kar lenge.
I'll conclude with this, Mona. We are at the platform of drivers of change. who for you is a driver of change? Someone, something that inspired you, that influenced you?
So I definitely get it from my parents. You see, coming from an army background, I'm a 4G kid myself, so I get the resilience, the discipline, the courage, and all the hard work that I put in. I get it from my parents. It's the upbringing, I feel. And my biggest driver of change, I think, is my refusal to settle for less. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you so much, everyone. A huge round of applause for Mona.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whose star will keep shining. And hopefully we'll see you in many more films and shows. Thank you.
A warm round of applause, please. Thank you so much for joining us here at the India Today Mahindra Drivers of Change. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give us a few moments. We're all set to be joined by the Honorable Governor of Maharashtra. He has arrived at the venue and is expected to make his way inside at any moment now, after which we'll kick off the awards ceremony. Can I request everyone in the audience to please rise for the national song, national anthem, and the Maharashtra state song. Once again, thanking the Honorable Governor of Maharashtra for taking the time out of his busy schedule to join us here at the India Today Mahindra Drivers of Change. We begin with a short introduction of the Drivers of Change Season 3 and the achievers that we've chosen this time around. Can we play out a small glimpse really of the achievers that we've chosen this time?
Every year we have learned from what we have achieved. Right? We have learned from our consumers, our employees, our partners, and every year we have learned from what we have achieved. Right? We have learned from our consumers, our employees, our partners, and the environment. I think just that attitude of always listening and always keenly observing, right, is what has helped us move forward. Right? And it's been a journey of like lots of baby steps, right? But all of that has compounded to this stage where we are today, a listed company, and before completing 10 years of our journey. So I think it does feel amazing, right? But I don't think I would say it was a grand plan from the beginning, right? It has just been a step-by-step appreciation of how the world is changing and going after things which are working for us.
Initially we started with drones, and then we started delivering drone related analytics services and AI solutions. Few months back, when our borders were burning, we didn't get into debate. We deployed our FPV Kamikaze Striker drone that crossed the border and hit the enemy target. Our systems were in use, that's why we are in the news. The news, the operation. I am talking about the Operation Sindoor. From the hinterland of Sambalpur to the skies of Operation Sindoor, our technology played a crucial role. That's what we truly believe in, the safety, security, sovereignty of India. That's how we evolved from making drones to a full-fledged defense company.
I had an interaction with a bilateral amputee. Bilateral amputee is someone who doesn't have both the hands. You know, just like the way I asked him, what is his dream? He told me, Pranav, today if I have to go to washroom, my mom has to come and clean me up. I don't even have basic dignity in life, and you're talking about very, very fancy words like dreams. There are many advanced bionic hands that are available in the world, but because they cost upwards of 30 lakhs to as high as 60 lakhs, they are prohibitively expensive for people who actually need them. That's when we thought we want to change this narrative. So we thought we'll put our minds to it. We probably spent about 6.5 years, and 8 patents later, we were able to build this product, and we named it as KALARM, K-A-L-A-R-M, as a tribute to our beloved former President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. So we built it, and since then we've been helping a lot of amputees, upper limb amputees who lost their hands.
The journey has been, it's been something that I thoroughly enjoy. I think for me, culture is at the heart of everything that I do. You know, I think the biggest realization for me was that I'm sitting on a bank of this tremendous legacy. How do you make it relevant? And the deep understanding that legacy, tradition, all has to be not reinvented but reimagined. And then embracing technology with open arms in order to make that legacy relevant. I think that has been the biggest pivotal moment for me in my journey.
One of the unique things that we did in our journey was, in Indian government, when they implemented the email solution, indigenous email solution built on Zimbra. The security architecture or solution for that email solution was our application, which we white labeled and gave to NIC Kavach. And we are very proud of the fact that at one point of time, 3.2 million people in the government of India were using Kavach to log into their mail ID.
Isaji is actually my great-grandfather's name. So he started our business in 1890. We have a fourth-generation family business that deals with art, antiques and furniture. And my dad is still very active. He has a store in Colaba. And I think the journey was just me wanting to take things into a new generation and a new realm and space. I studied different things. I had many different jobs. I didn't necessarily want to do this immediately, but yeah, I love it now. I'm very happy with what we're doing at the studio and excited to see where things go. So we innovate with each and every single project, which is completely unique and different. So I do think that that's what really sets us apart. It's nice that we have no two projects that look the same.
India has been making two-wheelers for 70 years, but we still look to the east or the west when it comes to tech, performance, design, right? So we wanted to break that line of thought. So that was the whole idea behind Ultraviolet. And then once we started looking at what we want to get into the market with, but for us, the early stages was about building a new form of technology that can really provide a compelling option to switch over. And that meant we start with a certain threshold in performance. So that was the F77. Intent was to build a product that can compel you, outperform certain categories of IC engine vehicles, and do the heavy lifting for solving the core technological problems when it comes to battery, BMS systems, VCU, chargers, controllers, and whatnot. So that 7-8 years of R&D gave us the fundamental foundational blocks.
We felt that drones can be equipped with a lot of precision payloads like probes, sensors, magnetometers, IPAD lasers, sprayers. Drones, when equipped with these payloads, can transform and transcend into a supercomputer on wings rather than a mere data capturing tool. So that was the founding motivation for starting Garuda Aerospace, to design different types of drones. We actually designed over 30 different types of drones from 2015-16 onwards. Our focus was to increase efficiency, reduce expenses, as well as enhance precision for our clients, thereby providing them an opportunity to avail real-time decision making through drone technologies. And that's how Garuda got started. Fast forward 10 years, we are India's largest drone manufacturer as well as service provider. We've manufactured and sold over 5,000 drones, served over 450 clients, and we have attained over 1.2 crore flights in the last 10 years.
The combination of the fact that you're giving a fantastic product to the consumer. The fund I sell today to consumers is the one I want to buy myself. It's what I would recommend my mother-in-law. It's what I would recommend my son. It's what I would recommend someone walking on the street. It is, I would say, really the dal chawal of Indian financial services. It's healthy, it's accessible, it's cheap, it's transparent.
So we've worked with a lot of great organizations today. We partner with all the large QCom and Foodcom companies in India, Zomato, Swiggy, Zepto, Uber, Blinkit, Amazon, Flipkart. We are the largest recruitment partner for most of these companies, and this is a space that's growing very quickly. So there's a lot more coming up, and we're very confident that through the use of AI, which makes all of these products and services very, very accessible, we'll be able to get them to the masses. Our big, hairy, audacious goal is to get these products and services to 1 billion people, and I'm hoping we can get there in the next maybe 7 years or so.
It's the modern approach
of reimagining our cultural tradition in a very contemporary manner, in a way that it connects with the youth, not just the youth, but it connects with everyone on the globe. I would say when I travel at the airport or within India I'm talking about, in a cab or stuff like that, people say, people look at the sitar and they say, is it like a tambura or something? And that's like a big turn off. So the idea is to make sitar so famous that every soul on earth recognizes it and they know that it's our own heritage and they should be proud of it.
So my journey has been pretty organic. I started with TV, which gave me everything. It gave me, the recognition, my voice, a direct connection with the audience, discipline. The inspiration has been to continue growing as an actor. My biggest strength, I think, is consistency and the willingness to learn. Now, talking about my X factor, well, I genuinely love the craft. I really enjoy acting, and that is what I think makes me take risks and experiment. So maybe that's my X factor. From an actor to a restaurateur, honestly, the transition from the screen to the kitchen wasn't just a business move. It was a soulful one. What's next? Well, I'm in no hurry. I'm just enjoying the journey and having a good time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was a glimpse there of the drivers of change that we've picked this time. Amazing, amazing stories of inspiration that we've given you a glimpse of. The Honorable Governor, of course, will be felicitating every one of you who's joined us this evening as well in just a moment from now. But I'd like to begin by requesting Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing of India Today, to deliver the welcome address.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to welcome and introduce a leader whose life story weaves together some of the most remarkable threads of India's political, cultural, and artistic heritage. His Excellency, the Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Mr. Jishnudev Varma. Let's give the Governor a very, very warm round of applause. Governor Dev Varma comes from the illustrious Manikya dynasty of Tripura. It is a lineage, for those who know history, that did not merely rule, but reformed. Yet, what defines Governor Dev Varma is not ancestry, but attitude. Despite his royal roots, he remains deeply grounded, accessible for those who know him, and they will say, we just met him recently outside here, and he was extremely warm and talked of his days there. And instinctively, you could make out connected to people across both the social and economic divides. He is born on India's Independence Day, the 15th of August. Should I mention the year also, 1957? And educated in Darjeeling and at Calcutta University, then Calcutta University, I would gather. Governor Dev Varma brings with him a rare blend of intellect and empathy. His political journey, which began in 1993, was it with the BJP then, sir? Started off with it? Or one of the rare early entries to the BJP, as he says, saw him rise through the ranks through decades of patient on-ground work in Tripura, which, for those of us who've seen it, is one of India's most politically challenging landscapes, though very beautiful in terms of scenery. Now that journey, that political journey of the governor culminated in the historic 2018 mandate where the BJP won after many years of left rule. And here he played a pivotal role and went on to serve as Deputy Chief Minister of the state, handling critical portfolios such as finance, rural development, power, and science and technology. Now, among the governor's notable contributions as Deputy Chief Minister was the Bio Village 2.0 initiative. It is a globally recognized model that integrated sustainability with rural livelihoods. Beyond governance, not just the governor. He is also a poet, an artist, an author, and someone who deeply engages with ideas of culture, identity, and purpose. And that, in many ways, sir, is why it feels so fitting to have you preside and present the awards this evening at the India Today Drivers of Change Awards 2026, which we do in collaboration with the Mahindra Group. And because at its heart, as we've seen, Drivers of Change is about people who combine vision with grounded action. This platform celebrates individuals who are not just successful, but are actively shaping India's future through innovation, impact, and leadership. Just a brief background, this is our third edition, from recognizing the Nari Shakti in 2024 to honoring the heritage and sustainability in 2025, and now the theme, Power of X 2026, which, as you saw, spotlighted young founders under 40 who are redefining India's economic landscape. Their journeys, as we saw and as we heard throughout the day this afternoon, was rich with stories of risk, resilience, and reinvention that have shown why they're truly drivers of change. They have inspired all of us, and this conclave is a celebration of a changing India. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in once again warmly welcoming His Excellency, the Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Mr. Jishnu Dev Verma. Thank you.
Raj, can I request you to stay on stage, please? And I'll request Nalinikanth Golagunta, CEO of Mahindra Automotive Division, to join you here. Honorable Governor, can I request you to join us here on the stage, please? Once again, please put your hands together to welcome the Honorable Governor, Shri Jishnu Dev Verma, here at Mahindra's Drivers of Change. Can I request Raj and Nal to hand over a token of our appreciation, please, to the Honorable Governor. That's a special edition of the India Today magazine, since the India Today group has completed 50 years. Thank you, Raj. Thank you, Nal. Can I request the Honorable Governor to please deliver the keynote address?
Good evening and namaskar. Sriraj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, India Today Group, who has said very nice words for me. Thank you. Distinguished members of the India Today Group and Mahindra leadership, members of esteemed jury, our young awardees and their families, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. At the outset, I thank the India Today Group for this gracious invitation to me to be part of an evening that celebrates the spirit of enterprise, the courage of our new generation of entrepreneurs, and the power of ideas to reshape societies. I must confess that when I was invited to deliver this address, I felt an immediate connection with the theme of this year's Drivers of Change campaign, which is Power of X. I am truly delighted that tonight we honor 15 remarkable young founders, each under the age of 40, who have transformed their ideas into extraordinary enterprises. History reminds us that extraordinary achievements are often born in youth. The land of Bharat has produced countless men and women of character who rose to eminence at a young age. Sant Gyaneshwar composed the timeless Gyaneshwari between the age of 16 and 21. Adi Shankara expounded the profound philosophy of Advaita within a brief lifespan of just 32 years. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj fought many of his iconic battles in his youth. Swami Vivekananda carried the message of Indian culture to the world at the age of 30. Ustad Zakir Hussain began captivating audiences at a very young age. And R.D. Burman, who is from my home state and an uncle of mine, displayed his musical genius even before his teenage years. These examples remind us of a powerful truth. Youth is not a limitation, it is a force. It is the age of courage, creativity, and conviction. And that is precisely the spirit we celebrate tonight. Friends, we are living in a defining moment in India's journey. From a nation once striving to find its footing, we are now a country shaping global conversations on technology, sustainability, entrepreneurship, and inclusive growth. Our aspirations are no longer incremental, they are transformational. Even as the world is passing through its toughest phase due to the war in the Middle East, India has managed to take care of the best interests of its 1.4 billion people. The idea of Viksit Bharat is no longer a distant dream. It is a collective mission. It is people, individuals who dare to think differently, act courageously, and persist despite the odds. That is precisely what this platform celebrates, drivers of change. I took charge as Governor of Maharashtra barely 2 weeks ago. I can already feel the pulse of this great state, a state that has always been at the vanguard of India's economic, cultural, and intellectual life. Maharashtra is home to Mumbai, the financial capital that powers the nation's aspirations. The state has many industrial hubs like Pune, Nagpur, Nasik, Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, and dozens of other cities where enterprise and innovation are a way of life. It is fitting that we gather here in this city to celebrate India's startup revolution. In my capacity as a chancellor of 29 universities, where more than 3 million youth are pursuing higher education, I am advancing the idea of School Connect. I have asked my vice chancellors to reach out to schools in rural, urban, and especially in tribal areas and encourage school students to join the stream of higher education. It will help us increase our university enrollment up to 50%. We can have such drivers of change only when we can educate, skill, and empower our young generation to think and act. Friends, we are living through a remarkable era in India's economic history. Our country today hosts the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. We have crossed the milestone of over 2 lakh recognized startups. More than 100 Indian companies have achieved unicorn status. In 2025 alone, over 44,000 new startups were registered, the highest single-year addition since the Startup India program was launched a decade ago. These ventures have generated over 21 lakh direct jobs across the country. What was once an ecosystem confined to a handful of metropolitan cities has now spread over 650 districts. Nearly half of all recognized startups now originate in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. This is not merely an economic phenomenon, it is a social revolution, a democratization of ambition itself. The 15 startup founders we honor tonight are an example of this revolution. I was amazed to read the stories of Navia, Navali, Nanda, Ghazal Alag, Arun Alag, Bodhisattva, Sangapriya, Pranav Vempati, Avarna Jain, Sara Sham, Narayan Subramaniam, Neeraj Rajmohan, Agnishwar Jayaprakash, Radhika Gupta, Madhav Krishna, Sitar player Mehtab Ali Niazi, Mona Singh, and Janelia Deshmukh. It is even more heartening to note that women have come up in most impressive ways. And being the Vice Chancellor of, in Telangana, also many universities, I used to attend these convocations in these universities. And medallions were given out, gold medal, silver medal for PhDs. And I would find 70% of them or 80% of them women. And I would ask the Vice Chancellor, have some pity, call some men onto the stage. And that is the silent revolution that is taking place. The empowerment of half our society. Women need to be empowered. Because half the society, half the country, half the world are women. So it's a process that is going on in our own country. Tonight's awardee, Mehtab Ali Niazi, embodies the same spirit, carrying forward a musical tradition while making it resonate with new generation of listeners. Likewise, Aparna Jain at Saregama has demonstrated that India's vast musical heritage can be made accessible to millions through modern technology. To each of the 15 awardees, you carry that flame tonight. Guard it well. Let it be a beacon for the millions of young Indians, many of whom do not know how to translate their ideas into successful startups. Under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, India's best days are ahead of us. They will be written by you. And sometimes when people ask me, and they tell me, what is your wish? I would always give them the same answer. I wish I would be young again. In this India, could live in this India. An India of opportunities, an India of aspirations. An aspirational India, where the youth are thriving. And I keep telling, everywhere I go, I keep telling the youth one small anecdote that I have went through in my life as a politician. I remember those days when Atalji was the Prime Minister. And we had gone to Guwahati, the capital of Assam, to attend one of these, meetings where he would talk to us informally. And there he told us, we were also young, and he told us that once a foreign journalist came to see him, a very renowned journalist from the US, and asked him, Prime Minister, what is the future of India? And he told that journalist, so why have you come here? Go to the universities, go to the schools, meet the young people, look into their eyes, and the dreams and aspirations that you see in those eyes are the future of India. So today, whenever I, address young people in gatherings like this, I always feel that I'm seeing a future that I may not see. A future that is, right in front of us. Made possible by the energy of the youth, the aspirations of the youth, the restlessness of the youth. That is something that one feels in this country today. You feel the surge. You can feel the ambition. You don't read about ambitions in newspapers or India Today only. You can feel it. You can feel the aspirations. You can feel the restlessness of the youth, of achieving goals. And this vibration is what we are celebrating this evening. So when India Today invited me, I was happy to come. As I said, and as Atalji had said, that we can see the future in these young eyes. So I hope you all the success. My good wishes. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Can I request you to stay on stage, please? My apologies, please, sir. And thank you, sir, for talking about the power of Yuva, because that's exactly what we've come together to celebrate. But ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's now honor our drivers of change. We begin with our first achiever, Navia Navali Nanda, entrepreneur and philanthropist. Please come up on the stage, Navia. A social entrepreneur, Navia leads Project Navali, which expands access to markets, capital and knowledge networks for women entrepreneurs across emerging towns in India. Through its flagship platform, Entrepreneurship, the organization is building long-term economic infrastructure that enables women-led enterprises to scale sustainably. A big round of applause, please, for Navia and all that she's achieved at such a young age. Our next driver of change, Bodhisattva Sangapriya, founder and CEO of IG Defence. Bodhisattva Sangapriya comes from a small city of Sambalpur in Odisha, has co-founded IG Defence when he was just 22. Started in 2018 with just 2 clients. Today, IG Defence serves over 300 customers, including supplying surveillance drones to the Indian Army for deployment. A big round of applause as we congratulate Sangapriya on his achievements. And next we have Pranav Vempati, CEO of Beehive Innovations, to join us here on stage. The CEO of Makers Hive. If you had a chance to watch this young innovator in action earlier today, you know that he's driven by a clear mission to build innovative technologies that are both advanced and accessible while creating meaningful social impact. Congratulations, Pranav. Our next driver of change is Tarun Wig, CEO and co-founder of Inefu Labs. If Tarun Wig is here, can he come up onto the stage, please? There you are. Congratulations, Tarun. Please come up on the stage. Tarun Wig is a self-made entrepreneur, a leading authority in AI-driven cyber security. He started from a small founding team into a 300-strong organization with over 100 deployments across the Indian subcontinent. Congratulations, Tarun. Our next driver of change is Sarah Sham, principal designer of SRG's Atelier. A big round of applause as we welcome Sarah onto the stage, taking the family's 110-year-old heritage in antiques and fine craftsmanship and using it to establish a leading design house that blends functionality and aesthetics. Congratulations, Sarah. All right, our next driver of change, Neeraj Rajmohan and Narayan Subramaniam, 2 drivers of change as the founders of Ultraviolet Automotive Private Limited. A homegrown startup, Ultraviolet Automotive is redefining performance in the EV space through cutting-edge design and technology. Together, they are pushing the boundaries of next-generation electric mobility and demonstrating what's possible to achieve and make in India, most importantly. Congratulations, Narayan and Neeraj. Our next driver of change, ladies and gentlemen, Radhika Gupta, MD and CEO of Edelweiss Mutual Fund. A very recognizable face. She's one of the few women in the corporate world who continues to break glass ceilings, being one of the few women to achieve unprecedented success in the financial services sector. She's combined corporate success with skillful penwomanship. Congratulations, Radhika Gupta. Our next driver of change, Madhav Krishna, founder and CEO, Vahan AI. Madhav, an engineer by trade and entrepreneur at heart, he started Vahan AI in 2016 with the mission to bring opportunities to the masses using technology and AI. Not only does it reach the masses with these opportunities, it simplifies the hiring process, providing opportunities to upskill. Congratulations, Madhav. Our next achiever is Mehtab Ali Niazi, sitar exponent, composer. He wowed us with his music earlier today. Can we have Mehtab on stage, please? Congratulations. Mehtab has music in his genes because his grandfather and father are proponents of the Bhendi Bazaar Gharana. A child prodigy, he learned the santoor fast and started playing on stage at the age of 12. Our next driver of change is Janelia Deshmukh, actor, producer and entrepreneur. Congratulations Janelia, a big round of applause from putting Marathi cinema on the national map with blockbusters featuring worthy narratives like Sitare Zameen Par to acquainting people to vegan food through imagined food and promoting the fast-growing sport of pickleball. Janelia Deshmukh has aced multiple roles with aplomb. Congratulations. Our next driver of change, Mona Singh, actor and restaurateur. Congratulations, a big round of applause to welcome Mona Singh on stage. An actress par excellence, as we all know, Mona Singh has been winning audiences over with her thespian skills for over 2 decades now. Mona, I'll request you to stay on, and can I have all of the achievers on stage, please, for a quick group photograph? Can you also bring your trophies with you, please? So we have the photo complete with the Honorable Governor. I will also mention here that unfortunately we're missing a couple of our achievers, Agnishwar, Avarna Jain, Shloka Nath, as well as Ghazal and Varun Alag. But congratulations to them as well. Have we got everyone on stage? Okay, we're ready for that perfect photo moment. Everyone, a big round of applause. One final time, please. Put your hands together for the drivers of change, recognized by Mahindra Group for their exceptional contribution to the nation, for their corporate leadership, for being an inspiration to the nation. Photographs will keep going if I don't stop it. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us here. Can I have all of you back to your seats, please? Again, thank you all very much. Congratulations on the honor of being named as Mahindra's driver of change. And as soon as we settle down, I'll request everyone to please rise for the national song and the national anthem. To the end of what's been a fabulous evening, please join me in thanking the Honorable Governor, Shri Jishnudev Verma, for taking the time out and joining us here at the Mahindra Drivers of Change event. Remember that for all the stories of our achievers of the year, you can catch their stories in the next edition of the India Today magazine. So don't forget to grab a copy once it's out to read all about their stories and all that they've achieved. Thank you all very much for joining us for what's been an extremely memorable evening. Ladies and gentlemen, good night. Dinner is served.